All right. Good morning, everybody. You are here with Amplify Your Message. It's like 8 o'clock in the morning for me, so it's a little early to get it all together. Laura is busy working on some tech issues, which are frankly quite hilarious. We're trying to navigate different ways of bringing our first guest forward today, and that is Ithriani Arul. I think I'm saying the name correctly. We'll find out. So, meanwhile, if you haven't met me before, my name's Michaela Gaffin-Stone, and I'm a board certified behavior analyst. And that is basically what I use in all the work I do is behavior change, finding the habits that you have and changing them for something you'd rather be doing that's going to get you the results you want. And here we have the unique setup with our host, Laura Lake, and our wonderful guest, Ithriani Arul. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how this is going to work. So bear with us, sit down, and enjoy the ride.
We're going to try to do this. Okay.
We have the echo.
The only other thing I can suggest is if you have headphones, then I can hear you through here. You can hear through the headphones, and then we can talk through the mic. Okay.
Okay. As you can see, we're having the ongoing tech issues. It's hilarious. So I'm going to take this opportunity to tell you a little bit about what I'm doing right now, which is coaching a nutrition program using behavior change so that when you lose the weight you want to lose, it stays off because you're not having to use willpower. You're not having to count calories. You're simply eating the foods that work for you. And that's what I do. And Laura's getting all kinds of interesting facial expressions. So I'm trying to read that as a behavior analyst. And I'm like, was that a good ooh or a, ooh, I just had a thought. So we'll see.
Well, my other thought was I wonder if she could join via phone.
That might work.
Yeah. So, Intriani, if you can... Oh, you have headphones? Okay.
Okay.
That might work. Okay, come back.
Let's try.
I will make her taller in a minute. Are we not getting any feedback? Can you hear her?
Speak.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yay.
Oh, okay. I'm going to set the microphone. This is just going to be like the weirdest setup ever, but it'll work. So it's great.
It is unique. It is a Monday morning. It is tech time. You know, this is absolutely fine. You're making it work. Look at that. This girl's got all the kit. Wait, now you're muted. You're not muted on here, but I can't hear you because you've switched the microphone. No, I don't hear you. I did. And this is real-time experimentation. No, we cannot hear you at all. That is absolutely silent. Not a thing, not a bean.
How about now? I put it on pause by accident when I put the microphone on.
Okay, we're good.
Welcome to day one of Blue Talk's Amplify Your Message. This is just in the moment practice of all of the crap that happens at events. And we're all just doing our best last minute to make it work. So I'm going to get another pole to make her taller so that she's not hiding behind my name.
But
in the meantime,
we can see her.
Yeah. I know, but I just thought it would be nicer, right? If she was more of here instead of like a little kid. I'll get a poll. Ithriani, can you introduce yourself? And then I'll ask you my fun question.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Ithriani Arul, and I'm known as the heart-centered leader. And I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to have this experience.
It is quite the experience, right? So, Itriani, we haven't met before. Tell me what you do from this heart-centered place.
I have been a caregiver ever since I was a young girl. I cared for my mother, and from the time I was 9 years old. And sorry, I'm receiving an echo.
We don't hear the echo, so
okay. So as a young girl, my mother suffered from mental health. She was blind, and I was about the age of 9, and she lost her sight progressively due to diabetes, and it was very fearful. It was really challenging to deal with at that time, and I'm so sorry. The echo is so bad in my ear. It's I'm hearing myself repeat everything I'm saying.
Yeah, that is very distracting. We don't hear the echo, but I'm not sure if that information is going to help you.
If you put it on low and then have one off, it's a little easier, because then you may have to like ask us to talk louder for questions. But then we can hear you fine. Yeah.
Okay, let me try that. Let's see.
Make it work. And then now you're part of the party.
We can see you very well.
Oh, wonderful. I'm so happy. Thank you. So I was caring for her, and this one day I remember she went unconscious, and because my father was at work, and when I went to wake her up to come and eat, she wasn't going to get up. She wouldn't get up, and it was just terrifying in that moment. So I had to make a decision in that moment what to do, and all I could think of doing was running outside the back door, and thankfully my neighbor, she opened her window and she said, "What's wrong?" Because I was screaming at the top of my lungs for help, right? And so she said, "Call 911." So that's when I went running back inside. I called. I remember my hand was shaking. It was like I could barely even turn the dial. We had this rotary dial, and I just did everything I could, and finally managed to turn it, and then I was able to communicate with the operator, and they called the ambulance came, and I remember I was outside, and I was like the operator told me she talked me through everything, and she said, "Don't put the phone down," but I put it down, and because I was so scared of losing my mom, all I could think of was just running outside and making sure that they didn't miss the house, the ambulance attendants. So, and then they arrived, and they of course they woke her up, and it was just I was just so grateful. Yeah. And that wasn't the first time. It happened many times after, but I knew exactly what to do, in those moments. Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot. Laura, you have fun questions. Go for your fun question. Because
I missed the beginning of that, and I do want to come back to that. But I do love to start every interview with the same kind of question. And I'm hoping that you can at least help me bridge this question into the story that you just shared, because it's so important, and I want to make sure we get back to that. But here's the question, if you're ready. So I'm just going to pretend you're here with me. So because it's easier. So if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
To describe me?
Yeah.
Patient.
Ooh.
Perseverance, and compassionate.
So patient, perseverance, and compassionate. So I asked that question because those 3 words that we choose just in the moment, first off, they're not planned. And second, like it gives us a view of how you want to be viewed by the world. So we get to see your values, we get to see your message, we get to see how you show up in the world, all in those 3 words. So you said patient, perseverance, and compassion. How do those 3 words show up in that story that you just shared? Because I know that they are a part of you and your message.
Well, it comes from a place of deep devotion and love.
I'm going to do this so I can see you.
And it's just that love. I never wanted to lose my mother, and I believe every person is there for us to learn from, and it is for our spirit's growth, the growth of our spirit. Yeah. It's the journey of our spirit. Yeah.
Aww. So then within this story, is there a core message that you live by now, or that maybe you have weaved into the business that you have? I'm assuming.
Yeah, so it's about devotion for me, to serve and to continue to grow myself so I can be I have that greater awareness, the greater level of consciousness, so I can serve from that place of devotion to the Creator who created me. And to leave this world a better place than how I found it.
I love that. Devotion has been one of those words that's been difficult for me. Like I grew up in religion, but as an adult, I'm just like, none of them fit me. And so I've just kind of like been on my own spiritual journey to figure out what life means to me. But that word devotion, at least in my perspective and experience, has always been a religious word. So I had this resistance to it. Can you tell us what the word devotion means to you, like literally or energetically, so that we see where you're coming from?
Absolutely. It's that deep level of gratitude, which is rooted from that place of love for creation. To give from my essence, for the betterment of the more I continue to grow myself, I could be of a greater service to others, raise my own level of awareness, learn from my own experience, and really have that depth of understanding.
Yeah.
So I can be more, come from the place of heart.
I love that. What does devotion look like to you on like just a small daily basis? Because many times when we think about these big goals, there are these big steps, but really it's not. Really, it's those little things that we do every day. So when you think of that energy of devotion and that story with your mother, oh my God, right? What are some of those daily things that might say to us, this is me actually practicing devotion?
Is to be in the moment, and to really be focused in what you're doing in every moment, and to have that awareness of each step that you're taking.
I'm actually, because of my, do you want me to say it, Michaela?
Oh.
Okay, so awesome, great. So when Michaela made a post about this thing called hypermobile EDS, I didn't realize that it was something in my life. Like, I knew my cousin had it, but there was this understanding on one of the groups. Thank you for that, actually, connecting all the dots here. Synchronicities, yay. There's a lot of conversation about missing that awareness, missing those everyday moments, and not having, I can't think of the word right now, you might be able to help me. Proprioception, I think it is, where you are in the world.
Yeah.
But I take that physically, but I also take that mentally, with what you just said about devotion being those everyday moments. We did a practice a couple times where here live and on my Monday morning mindfulness, we would take a pen or something and we would just lightly trace our fingers, and all it's doing is bringing that awareness back. And with the HEDS, it's the same thing. Like, when you're exercising, you don't necessarily know where you're at, and so you have to take the time in those small moments to bring back that awareness so that we're not hurting ourselves in the long run.
In fact, with EDS, excuse me, with EDS, you have to be extra aware, because, for example, I used to do yoga and I'd end up at the chiropractors pretty much every time, not knowing I had EDS. And I had to learn to be aware of when 80% of my range had been reached, so that I didn't go further to 100%, because I could pull back from 80%. I can't pull back from 100%. So that awareness has to be on point. And so honing, it's like a muscle, building your awareness and being in the moment. I mean, it doesn't come naturally, because we're taught to sort of future pace and bring in the past, and being in the present is such a tiny moment that those two other things tend to kind of crash in. Do you find that, Isriani?
Yes, it's about just it really comes from a place of calmness, and just being having that awareness of everything in our present moment, and just to really stay focused on the task at hand.
All of this right now.
Yeah, that's not always easy to do. I mean, the question that comes to my mind is, if you're not calm for some reason, like external things are happening, and the most Zen of people would find it hard to be calm, can you still access that centeredness that you're describing?
Yeah. So when I'm in a state of anxiety, or which I experienced for many years of my life, yes, there's all the mind chatter and everything is there, and it's really hard to stay calm and focused.
Yes.
I totally understand.
Do you have a technique to center yourself again? Because I'm thinking I would use the breath, for example. Just bringing that breathing down, to go from breathing like prey, which is to the predator, if you will. That breath is actually useful in that the predator is going to be calm and very kind of deep and slow breaths, and your brain can relax more from that place. That's my technique. That's what I go to. What would you go to?
Yeah. meditation is a great way to find that calmness. It's just to close our eyes, focus on our breath, possibly, and just really just stay present in the moment, and just hear everything that might be in your environment. Just be still, and then if there's anything, if you're hearing, like if your mind is saying something, just notice it.
That's what I needed in the moment. I was like, all the chaos that we started with, of course my mind was not here. Of course I only heard half your story as I'm trying to make sure everything is here for you to share with the audience. So I did say earlier that I assumed that you started a business around this message of devotion. What has that turned into from the story to a business? What does that look like now?
I work full-time still. I work with adults with special needs in an art studio, a pottery studio, and I teach there. And this is their job. They are artists, and we really encourage. It's about improving the quality of life for every person. It doesn't matter what our abilities are. We all have the ability in the way we communicate. I mean, we have the abilities. Even if we can't use our arms or our fingers, we still have. There's other ways we communicate. We communicate with our eyes.
I do that a lot.
Okay. Some people are nonverbal, but they still communicate with us. And I mean, these artists are so passionate about what they're doing, and this is their job. And they sell their work to the community. We have art shows. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Actually, art is one of those things I've been wanting to get into because it's one of those healing, one of those meditative, and yet it uses whatever ability I have in the moment. I know we talked about HEDS, where like some days my hands don't work. You can't ask me to hold a pen. There are some days I can't sit in a chair. So I love that this art is a way to express ourselves, to make us feel better, but also show that we have value beyond the little things. We can.
And art is something that it speaks to the person who can receive it, right? So I live in a house full of art, and I have it from, I'm lucky I have it from all over the world, and I generally get it from the artist. And I never question the person's abilities, as it were. It's more, is that piece speaking to me? And sometimes when people don't have another way to communicate, everything is poured into the art, and it ends up being a fantastic piece that has layers and complexity that's just pulls you in, and you're like, wow, I could just dive into this work, whether it's a sculpture or pottery. It's I have all kinds of media around the house as well, from buffalo skin to wood to painting on a bed sheet. Like one guy did an incredible painting on a bed sheet. He was on the floor, and this was in Burma, and he did this beautiful work. If I can get it off the wall, I'll show it to you later. But and it's on a bed sheet because he didn't have a canvas. So this is what you're talking about: is use a bed sheet if you don't have a canvas, right? Like find another way.
There's so many mediums that you can use in art. Yeah.
I'm a big fan of functional art. As soon as you said bed sheet, I was like, oh, art that's useful.
Well,
That's my
it's
jam.
framed, but I mean, it's only like that. But yeah, you could. Why not?
Yeah.
And one of the things I never had any experience with art when I got into the studio that I work at now. I learned because one of the special needs people that I was caring for, that was the only place she would go. So I had to learn how to be creative with clay or with the other mediums that we use, like acrylic paints or watercolor. I learned over time, and I just love it now.
Oh, a thought just came to me. Do you use music at the same time?
We always have music playing in the studio. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I was just thinking back to, I taught preschool for a while, and I've taught Montessori as well, and I've done a lot of things. And I found if we had the kids dancing and listening to music first, they would literally, when it came to drawing on an easel or something, there was this one little girl, she'd be there dancing away and drawing at the same time. And what she put on the paper was so much more fun when she had the music going on. And I found it loosened people up a lot. Kids or adults, but kids are a wonderful microcosm of what adults can be, right? Because kids haven't been squashed yet, particularly if they're in preschool. So you get to see what a human can be like, and until we squish them.
And we get a little bit jealous along the way. It's okay. So I have a couple more questions before we end. And unfortunately, this was shorter, but we got it done. And I'm all excited for that. So I really want to know, since we talked about art, we talked about music, what other ways have you chosen to share your message? Because we're not all the same, and not everybody has to be a speaker or has to be an author. What do you like to do? Because we're seeing how it relates to you as a human being and not what you should do.
I love service. That's my thing. When I was from the age of 16, I did a lot of volunteer with elderly people in the hospital over a period of 5 years. And I learned from every person. Every person teaches me something.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just, and today I'm also the chapter president with the Women of Global Change at the Vancouver chapter here in Vancouver. Yes, and it is about giving to our community and uplifting lives.
Yeah.
Because every person deserves to have quality of life.
Definitely. Yeah. So then how do we, first off, I want to just make sure, how do we say your name correctly the way that you like people to say it?
Intharani.
Okay. I've been saying it wrong this whole time.
Yep,
Intharani.
Okay. Wrong one too. Sorry.
Yeah. And then where do we find you? Like, what is your favorite way of communicating with people?
If you come to my website, you can learn a lot about me there. It's intharani.com. Yes.
Can you spell that for people who are unfamiliar?
Yeah, absolutely. INTHIRANI.com.
Perfect. And is that your favorite way to communicate?
My favorite way to communicate is speaking with people.
Girl after my own heart, yeah.
Yes.
Awesome.
Because I can really, hear how they're feeling, what their needs are, and the human way, the human touch. I love the human touch.
There we go. Human touch. Okay. So then, okay, this is the last question. I always make sure to leave some space at the end of an interview just to make sure that you say whatever needs to come off of your chest. So if there's something that you needed people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
What I'd love to share with you is that your life has purpose.
Mm.
And it may be far greater than you may even be aware of. And always lead with your heart and shine in your authentic power.
I think we did that today. We saw so much heart making this work, and you being authentic even while you're sitting there in like a ring light with my phone. Like, I appreciate you so much for helping us work through this, and of course our audience for being super patient with us at the beginning for our late start. But thank you so much. I can't wait to have you back for like a proper interview.
I'm so grateful to you too for your patience and your willingness to work through this as well.
See, now if it happens again, we have a way to make it work.
We all learned something today, right? First thing on a Monday morning, we all learned something. So cool.
Yeah.
It was lovely to meet you.
It was so great to meet you. Thank you so much.
I'm going to hang up on this phone. So say bye, everyone. Wave to the phone.
Bye.
Bye. We love you. We miss you. Awesome. Okay. Oh, wow. We made it work.
I thought that was the most innovative way to get somebody onto a call like this when none of the pathways were working out. You did brilliantly to patch that together. That was so cool.
So now I'm gonna bring Raja up, and he can laugh a little bit. I saw you dancing. That was awesome. I'm gonna bring you up, Raja. I'm gonna reset up my system, and I'm gonna go on mute just for a moment. Prepare yourself, Raja.
We're all prepared.
Sure thing.
Hi.
Well, hello. How's everybody doing today? Hello, Michaela. Hello, Laura.
Well, we're good. We had some technical issues. You may have seen those.
I think I caught the tail end of it. Yes, I did. And I can empathize because having a show with over 300 interviews myself, I've been there. I've seen almost every single version of what could happen. So I know what it's like.
Well, that was Laura really pulled that one out of the hat. That was so cool. So, Raja, would you introduce yourself, please?
Certainly. My name is Raja Vaidya. I am a scientist, speaker, and coach. And I say that I live the triangle life because I do karate for the body, cancer research for the mind, and music for the soul.
Oh, that's an awesome combination.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say scientist?
I am. I'm a cancer scientist over 26 years. Helped develop some major multi-billion-dollar drugs in the market, like Imbruvica, Zytiga, Darzalex, which is a $5.5 billion drug that I helped to bring to market and optimize. And I was a lead clinical trial operations on that for 3 years, and then it got FDA approved. I was so proud because then I could say, that's my baby. I spent 8 years on that, and it helped so many lives. And last year we just released a teclistamab. I did a CAR T binding studies. So CAR T cells, they're chimeric antigen receptor T cells. So basically, like, you take your little white blood cells in your body, and you train them like samurai warriors, and you help them to find the cancer and how to fight it without attacking the other cells in your body.
Nicely explained. Mm-hmm. I have a nursing background, so I get the terminology you're using, and you explained that very nicely, I think.
Well, thank you.
So, Laura,
I think we all have like a very multi-dimensional, multi-passionate background. Hopefully, I'm not too loud because it's closer.
No, cool.
Nope.
Raja,
you
ready to fight me now?
Let's do it.
Did bring your pen.
Okay. Wait, can we do a I'll have
Aw,
that one.
aw. No, I did this because we were joking in the background. He said he was at his office. It didn't have his lightsaber. The first time we
Yeah.
met
Yeah.
was at the Entrepreneur Summit, and he's got his Darth Vader mask on. He's got his lightsaber in his hand. I took a screenshot. It was
It was
just a lot of
awesome.
fun.
It
So,
was.
yay,
It
fellow
was.
nerd.
Well, you'll
I,
note I was quick to jump in on that one. I just spent
of
4 days
course.
at Denver Fan Expo with cosplays everywhere, and we had
Mhm.
Vaders and all sorts. There was one guy who was incredibly tall, and he was as Vader, so he
Ooh,
nailed it, looking good.
nice.
Yeah,
I
And you know
know.
what's
I figured
interesting?
we're all nerds here. It's
And
great.
and 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 one of the coolest things I always tell people is that, you know what? The story of, especially in episodes 4, 5, and 6, it's really not about Luke Skywalker. It's about the redemption of Darth Vader. That's really that overarching theme, that finally somebody was able to get through that thick helmet, that skin of his, and help him to find and like redeem himself. And what a man! I'm getting chills right now. Oh, I
I
just
know.
love feeling that because it's so, there's plenty of sci-fi fans out there that understand this, and those of you that are not, that's okay. But uh, like that's the other reason why, like, I love Shawshank Redemption, like one of my other favorite movies of all time.
Mhm.
Dances with Wolves, which was my previous favorite movie of all time,
I haven't seen that
because
one yet.
they came out in 1992 or 93. It was with Kevin Costner.
Maybe
Um,
I did see it.
he's in the Old West. Well, won best a picture of the year. So you probably heard of it, but you probably just
Oh,
haven't
I've
seen
heard
it.
of it. Yeah, yeah.
Definitely go watch it. Great movie. And there's a short version which is like 3 hours, and there's an extended version which is like 4 hours. It's crazy.
Oh, you've got to watch
Crazy.
the extended for sure. Yeah.
Watch extended, yeah. Um, but it was a blast because it's the same overarching theme, is that, you know, there are times in our lives where we're knocked down or people treat us uh, th- differently, and they judge a book by its cover. And that's why I bring all these things up. There's a reason why I'm talking about about these items, is that many of you out there have also felt that scar or that stigma of like, well, you're different, you don't quite kind of quit you don't quite fit the mold. Yeah, raise your hand here. Yep, that's
yeah,
me.
we're here. We're with you.
You know, because like, how many eclectic people do you know that are the kickboxing cancer scientists from Philadelphia that can't talk right? You know, I mean, how many of those are there?
Are you
None.
from Philly?
I'm from Philly
Then
proud.
one.
There you go.
But I think that's something that brings us all together in this kind of space, particularly, is that's exactly how we are. All those different things, like
Yeah.
throughout the morning, I'm going to pull on different things that I've done because it'll speak to something that the person we're talking with does. That's what we're here for, right? And I think
Absolutely.
people keep saying, be authentic, be who you are. And then when you are, they say, whoa, you're weird.
Yeah. Listen, I have a confession. Do I have permission to be like a little bit vulnerable here with the audience?
Oh, this is me,
So,
Russia.
so
Of course.
I think for 90% of my life, I was living in shame and fear. It wasn't until maybe 5 years ago, after a couple of years of Toastmasters and finally tackling my speech disfluency head on, after a bad experience at work, through corporate bullying, I decided I was going to change my life. I was going to pivot, and I didn't know how, but I knew that Toastmasters was a great organization I had heard about that help you learn to speak, and you help you become a speaker and you become a leader. The job I'm at right now was the first time in my life I finally said, yes, I have a disability. I finally was not ashamed, and I checkmarked that box.
Oh.
And what's ironic is, out of the 100 resumes that they pre-screened, and the 10 people that they interviewed, and the 3 people that they brought in to actually for the on-site interview with the group panel, I got the job. And later on, like a week later on, when I'm asking my boss about her, she is an awesome leader, very empathetic and very understanding. She listens well. Notes for all those the managers out there that want to become leaders: empathy and listening skills make you a leader.
Mm.
Um, so I had gotten another offer from a competing a company, and at the time, and I chose this one because I wanted to work with these people specifically.
Mhm.
And when I asked my boss and my coworker, also a great guy, why me? What was the one thing that stood out, or what was the overarching theme? And they said, Raja, you had really good communication skills. The way you talk to people.
Aw.
I'm like, really? Yes,
Mhm.
finally, finally. All those speeches and trainings and Toastmasters and reading books on mindset and personal development and hiring gurus and writing books, and it all worked out. It all finally is coming to the surface because there's plenty of people out there that look beautiful, they sound beautiful. I call them icing, right? But you want to be cake. To be the cake. I guess that could be the new motto.
Oh,
Be the cake in your life. Don't be the icing.
that is totally going on my computer. That is a freaking sticky note right there.
And
I
it'll
am the
just
cake.
every time you
I
see it now,
love
you're
it.
gonna smile. Be the cake.
I love it. I'm going to be the cake.
Somebody put up, I thought it was you, Raja. Maybe it's
Yeah,
not you, that put up a post on Facebook, and it
yeah.
was a picture of a piece of cake. And you see it from the icing side. You're like, oh, it's a nice big piece of cake. And then you see it from the side, and you realize that there's three toothpicks holding up the icing, like the fondant of
No,
the
that
cake,
was
and that
not
there's
me.
no
But
cake
that's
there.
beautiful. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, there's
Like
plenty of
it.
people out there, that they're living that cake life, or they're living the icing life, or we call they're living the like veneer of society. And when you I I would recommend, especially as a coach and as a like mind shift coach, where we talk about black belt mind shift.
Yeah.
Um, you know, there there are ways that you can start to fill out your cake. You got to bake. You got to have the right ingredients. You got to have right temperature and time. As a scientist, what's funny? I love to cook. And my wife, she's a much better cook than me. So she always says, "Oh, you don't need to cook. You don't need to cook." So sometimes we fight over who gets to cook. and 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 but the funny thing is, like, I love everything she makes. Uh, she does not like everything I make because she's a vegetarian. I'm not. Um, and so, but the kids love everything I make. And so that makes me feel good that I get to make something. And I understand why chefs love their jobs is that you are at the forefront of basically you're an artiste with food. You make beautiful artwork with your food and
Mm.
people get to enjoy it and it makes them happy. I mean, what a great thing. There's you know uh, Bob Marley had said after he got shot and then the next day he had gone to his concert to perform and sing. A reporter said, like, what are you, crazy? You just got shot yesterday. Like, why are you going up on stage and singing? Don't you want to be safe? Don't you want to be? He said very clearly, what the evildoers are not taking a day off, so the good guys can't take a day off either. And
Mm.
you know that's all it is. So when I get when we get down to it, there's there's a lot of bad happening in the world, sure, but we decide how we see it. Do you want to see it as a cake or do you want to see it as the icing? I prefer to be cake, and I like to say that there's tons more positive in the world than there is bad. There really is. And when you choose to alter the perception of your reality, everything changes. Viktor Frankl taught me that. If you've
Mm.
ever read, I think the book was called Man's Search for Meaning,
Yeah.
and he,
No.
and he tells this story about uh, how he survived the Holocaust. How you have to compartmentalize your mind, how you have to survive and try to look for the positive in every single day. Now, I don't even want to imagine what he went through, but in his
Yeah.
book, he really goes through it in much detail, and it's just shocking and just jaw dropping. And I bring this up yet again to say that look, all these people, whether you in prison or an internment camp, or whether you were a child and you're in an abusive family, or something else is happening in your life, there's ways that you can help protect your psyche, and survive it. And then
Mm.
after you survive it, guess what you do? Leave it in the past, right? because you perceived your reality, you pre-framed your success, and that helps you get there. Because a lot of people create self-limiting beliefs, but actually I like to call them self-imposed beliefs, because it's not
Ah,
just self-limiting, it's actually self-imposed. You did it to yourself, and it's not your fault. There's no blame, no finger pointing. It's self-imposed because that's just, as human beings, that's how we naturally think. We take our neocortex and our cortex, and then we start to go into our subconscious levels, right? So when we get back to our lizard brain, what we call it, like that's where we start getting emotion, we start getting reactive. It trains us to be negative as a way to protect ourselves from bad things. Like 10,000 years ago, we're walking through the woods and we're trying to hunt a saber-toothed tiger. One path had bore fruit and nuts, and it had a clean uh, uh, waterfall, and then the other path you just got attacked by a saber-toothed tiger. Well, your brain has to remember that to protect you from the next time. So we're hardwired to remember negative impulses a lot easier. So, in order for us to remember positive things, we actually have to train ourselves to remember positive things even harder. And that comes with practice, and everybody can do it.
We
yep.
also encode a lot of our self-imposed beliefs as
Mhm.
children when the bandwidth and the life experience is this big and you really don't have
Certainly.
options. So it becomes your perception, and the trick is to discovering that and saying, I don't need to do that anymore. And then there's different ways to uncover that. But I love what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
really
I can
cool.
I can tell you, with Michaela, when I was in second grade, I was 7 years old. We had just moved from like northeast Philadelphia into the suburbs below Philly. So now I moved from a school where I had lots of diverse friends. I had friends who were black and Asian and white and everything else in between. And we all played together on the playground, and nobody thought twice about it. It was just, kids playing with a basketball or a soccer ball, or a tennis ball. We're throwing at the wall and we play wall ball or whatever it is. um,
Mhm.
and we had a blast. I moved to my new school, but when my dad's practice took off, we got into a nice little, nice community in the suburbs, bigger house. I got my own bedroom finally, which was awesome. I thought it was so cool, because back then we lived in a, really tiny two-bedroom apartment with cockroaches, and, we don't like those.
Oh,
So that's okay. That's okay. We survived, right?
yeah, yeah.
But the children had to tell me, you know what? We don't want to play soccer with you. I'm like, well, why not? I can run fast. I got a cool slide tackle. They're like, well, no, you're not like us. I'm like, what do you mean? We're kids. I I had to learn that I was different, that I was non-white. And that surprised me. I'm like, oh, that's what people think here? I didn't know that. So I said, well, I'm not stepping off the field. I'm going to play. So one of the teams begrudgingly accepted me on their team. And guess what? I played. I ran. I kicked the ball. I slide tackled one kid and he fell over. It was awesome. And then they're like, "Whoa, Roger's pretty good." All of a sudden, I earned their respect because I stood my ground. And what's
Nice.
interesting was during that time too, my second grade teacher and and the guidance counselors, they thought because of my speech impediment that I was actually mentally retarded. So they put me into the special ed classes. Um, and that was, we're going back a ways. We're going back more than 40 years. And I don't blame anybody for that. All right. Remember, anything I tell you right now, there's no blame, there's no pointing fingers. It's just, this is just matter of factly, this would have happened. And from their understanding, they thought they were doing right. And I didn't mind because I just got a whole new circle of friends. And I thought, they were very different and unique. And that's part of the reason I think for me is that I'm so accepting of anybody of any background, is because I grew up in that. I saw what it was like to be different from a very firsthand perspective. And um, I had a lot of fun with those new circle of friends, but I couldn't quite get out of that idea that I don't know if I quite belong here. So by the time I got to third, fourth, fifth, sixth grade, um, by sixth grade, I had just kept working hard. in my classes. Guess what? I got the highest grades in science and math, not just in my classroom, but in the entire grade of 4 classrooms.
Hmm.
So they had then realized, oh, this guy may not be where we think he is. So they had at that point started me in speech therapy, and then they shifted me into all the advanced classes, and I earned my spot. And by ninth grade, where most of my friends were all the smarty pants, all the smart kids, or the nerdy guys, and girls. Like we had, we always were the smart kids in class. They were in the gifted program that they had in the school, and I had to fight for my spot in it because I asked my guidance counselor, my teachers, "Hey, what do I do to get into this?" They're like, "Oh no, that was decided years ago." I'm like, "By who? No one told me. No one asked me." And this is when we think about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Who started that conversation and who decided without asking anybody? They had said, "Oh, well, that was decided back in elementary school." I'm like, "Wait a second, you're going to judge my entire future based off of what somebody thought was in elementary school, where they had mistakenly put me in the wrong classes?" So I demanded to be tested, and they said, "Oh no, we can't do that. We can't do that." Well, okay, fine. Went home, talked to my dad. My dad had a conversation with the principal and the guidance counselor. And the principal told me, "Oh, well, the problem is that the school doesn't have a budget for this like kind of extra testing. So we're sorry, like we can't pay for it." I'm like, so I looked at my dad. I'm like, "Is that it? You were worried about money? How much it cost? $50, $100? Okay, we'll pay it. Done. What's the other problem?" And then the principal's jaw just like, oh my god, he realized his oversight and said, "You know what? You're right. It's silly. So we'll find a way." I'm like, "Well, that's was that the only reason you were holding back my life?" But because of a little bit of just for a couple of bucks? So guess what? They tested me. I'm not going to tell you my IQ. That doesn't matter. I got into the gifted program, and I felt like I had finally found my people. When you kind of get into the right group or circle, and it just like
Yeah.
felt like, oh, you can finally relax. You can
Hmm.
breathe easy. I found my circle of nerds, and we had a blast. Yes, nerd power. And it was very empowering to see that I could change the course of my life. And I think for everybody out there that has invisible disabilities, which is really what I talk about nowadays, is that um, we need to empower those people that think they've been marginalized in work, in their business, even with families. People do get marginalized because people don't realize, oh, well, that's just cousin Vinny, you know, not the movie, just, just, or whoever,
Forgot about
you
that
know,
movie.
that's just how they are. I'm like, well, have you talked to them? Have you found out what are their passions, hopes, and dreams?
Hmm.
If you don't, you would never realize. Like for example, like my son, he's on the spectrum, and he's a brilliant kid. And to talk to him, he's very stoic, and he just shot up in the past 2 years. He used to be like this tall on me, now he's like this tall on me. I'm like, I can't believe it.
Oh, fun.
He just shot up like a weed in the
Hmm.
past 2 years. Um, I didn't realize this until he was 10. Like he had a as part of his English class in I guess he was 10 years old. Like, what was it? Third grade, fourth grade, something like that. Um, they had to write for Halloween uh, a one-page short story. So most of the kids had this little 2, 3 paragraphs, a short story, and they write it and they turn it in and fine, they get the credit. My son, he had this brilliant idea and he just ran with it. He wrote a 20-page book about it, and he had this little novel, this like mini novel, and the teachers are so impressed. Like, wow, Evan, we had no idea this was in you, right? Another invisible disability. And now, fast forward 4 years, like in the past year and a half, my son took it upon himself to um, to rewrite everything, expand it, create depth and dimension. Now he's turning it into a trilogy, and
Oh.
his first draft is done. So this summer we're trying to hire out artists to do the artwork. Now got to do the copy edit and grammar edit and all that stuff, and then we're going to get it published. And he has 2 more books in his head. He has the and and I'm sort of his sounding board because I'm a scientist. So he always asks me scientific questions like, "Daddy, can like multi-dimensional species cross and stuff?" um, so it's impressive what people can do when they're not limited. And I mean, I think that people out there, all need to understand that is that you're amazing, and you can always go up from there.
I have lots of experience with people with autism,
Mhm.
and I love to see what the superpower is going to be. What comes out that's just going to be a game changer. And I think we need people who think differently, because if we all keep thinking the same, then it's not going to end well.
Nope.
Um, that's problematic, but I love the whole highlight on the invisible disabilities. I mean, I have dyscalculia, which
Okay.
means it's numbers, but it's much more than numbers, much more than
Oh,
numbers.
okay.
It shows
Mhm.
up in I have no sense of direction. If you turn me around 3 times and tell me to go home, I don't know where I am.
Right.
It's very disorienting, but it
Mm,
affects life in a number of ways. But in
mm.
school, typically the place where all sorts of things happen, right? They thought I wasn't paying attention, or I just didn't have the smarts to do this. And it's like, no, I can do everything else. It's
Yeah.
just the numbers transpose and stuff. So I think so many people are walking around with these stories that they have about what's wrong with them, in air quotes, and it gets a role in life that it really doesn't need to be quite so limiting, as you would say. It doesn't need
Yeah.
to stop you. There's other ways, and typically if something is more problematic, something else is not compensating but is heightened. So if you can't see, you're going to hear better, for example.
Right.
That often
Mhm.
is the way it goes. So,
Absolutely.
and I have to tell you that the,
Yeah.
the way you're speaking today, you're absolutely captivating and amazing to listen to. So,
Oh, thank you.
you
And
know,
I'm still not
yeah,
perfect, but it doesn't
Toastmasters.
matter.
I'm going to look at Toastmasters. This is really cool. Like, woo.
You know what's funny too? You're not. I'm not sure if you see right now. You're seeing the tip of the iceberg. You're not seeing what's happening underneath the water because what I'm doing is um, people with any sort of a speech uh, a disfluency. They're kind of walking walking on two trains of thought. Um, so like to use the analogy, if you get to walk in the parking lot, I have to walk on the curb and balance myself while I'm walking and talking and paying attention because I'm using different strategies at the same time. So I'm thinking about content, but I'm also thinking about strategies as I go along. So I have to attack or I have to approach different sounds and vowels a little bit differently. So I I remind people that sometimes I get stuck in my L's, M's, my W's, and my R's. Sometimes people ask me my name, I can't say my name. It takes me a couple tries. And then they look at you funny. They're like, "What's wrong with you?" "Oh, nothing's wrong with me. Like I just God gave me the handicap, so I probably don't talk too much." So and that's how that's how I address the elephant in the room. It's like, oh, listen, I'm gonna get stuck on my words, but this is me. Deal with it, and it doesn't bother me, so I hope it doesn't bother you. All of a sudden, now they're like, oh, okay, now I get it, right? And
Yeah.
then when I go up on stages now, what's weird is now I'm a three-time a TEDx speaker. I got two TEDx's coming up, and when I go up on stage. Um, I also tell people, I tell the audience, listen, I want you to do this for me. Count how many times that I get in, in- into a stutter or a block or 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 a repeat, and tell me the count at the end. Now, what I do is I do that purposely to challenge myself. Because now my content has to be so impactful and so powerful that they forget about that and they pay attention to me. At the end of every talk, guess what happens? Nobody remembers the count because they paid attention to me. And
Nice.
that's what I'm doing. So I'm not controlling, that's the wrong word, but I'm guiding the audience to understand to ignore. the disability and look at the person. And that's what I'm training the audience. And that's really my mission in life, is to start saying that, stop trying to be perfect. You're not perfect. I'm not perfect. You know, look at these chiseled good looks and swagger. I'm still not perfect. and but but if we can laugh about it and talk about it, then all of a sudden it's not a problem. And
Mm-mm.
I think too many people in companies and in families and businesses and wherever, they've been marginalized because of speech disfluencies. Even on the ADA, the even with the, like, Americans with Disabilities Act, one of my missions in life is to add speech disfluency to it. Because right now you have protections if you're sight impaired, hearing impaired, and if you're mute, but not if you have a speech disfluency. It's not protected. And
I
I
didn't.
remember at my last company, I got bullied terribly by several people, and they got away with it. I complained to my managers, 5 different managers. They didn't do anything. Oh, well, let's just leave that in the past. You don't work with them anymore, so just water under the bridge. Let's move forward and be positive. That's great. What a load of crap, right? Because they never fixed the problem. They never addressed the problem. And the people who did those things never got punished. So basically, it's okay. Because if you don't get punished, you don't get reprimanded, you don't get told to your management that you did this bad behavior, you're basically allowing it. And that's what I want to change, is that, those people need to be pointed out and reminded that's bad behavior. And that people like me who have speech challenges are normal. I don't need to prove anything to you and try to speak perfectly every time. I won't. you know. But like I said, life's a balance. There are worse tragedies than this, right?
That
I
is
don't think
really.
anybody speaks perfectly.
I just learned a whole load right there. I didn't even know that that wasn't in the ADA. I wouldn't have thought of it.
It's not.
I got
Yep.
to say, I wouldn't have thought of it.
Yep.
But your point is absolutely
Hmm.
spot on. Like, thank you for that.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
very welcome.
Yeah.
Now, do you have any questions for me um,
Yes.
about what I
Laura,
do
you
and
get to talk.
my books or talks or anything? What do you want to learn today?
I didn't even get to ask you the question I ask everybody,
Oh,
because this is
sure.
also research for me at the
Yep.
same time. So, Raja, here's how I wanted to start the conversation.
No
I jumped
problem.
in.
Um, if you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
3 words.
Hmm.
Number 1, compassionate. Um, I'm a people person. I like people. I like to get along with people. I like to meet new people. Because of my show, I've learned how to talk to people. 300 interviews and going. I'm trying to go for uh, uh, 500 now. 300 interviews in under 18 months. Like, that's crazy. I don't know how that happened. It really exploded fast.
Are you being interviewed or are you doing interviews? I was confused by that last time.
I'm doing the interviews and I'm being interviewed, so both.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So and so that's the first one, is compassionate.
Yeah.
Uh, I guess number 2 will be just innovative. I'm a As an innovative scientist, I think of out of the box ways to solve disease and bring cures to patients faster. I would like to start my own company, my own biotech company. So, any VC people out there, I need $10 million, because I think we can save more lives faster. And
I have a name for you. I can't
Of
guarantee anything, but I think that
course
you
not,
should
but
at least go and
it's
like
worth the
check them
conversation.
out. Yeah.
Yep, will do.
Yeah.
So that would be the second thing, innovative. And number 3, just determined. Actually, not determined. That's not the right word. I think resilient, because so somebody who is compassionate, innovative, and resilient. Because if oh, and thank you for that question. Like, I didn't plan this ahead of time. I just thinking off the top of my head here.
That's the
Um,
whole point. Mm.
so resilient in terms of that. You know, I love I forget which one it was. Rocky, was it Rocky 5 or 6 or 25 or 32? I don't know. There's a lot of them
42.
out
It's
now.
got to be 42.
42, yeah.
Yeah.
So he had said he's talking to his son. He's saying, you know what, life's gonna knock you down, and every so often you're gonna fall down on the ground, but it ain't how many times you get knocked down. It's how many times you get back up.
I
And
want to say that's 5. Don't quote me,
yeah,
but I want to
Do
say
you
mm,
know
five.
I haven't seen any of them?
okay,
I'm like,
um,
yeah, no.
yeah, it was yeah, because it wasn't the one with Tommy Gunn in it. It was the one after that. No, it might have been 6. It might have been the one they called Rocky Balboa. Um,
Oh,
I think that one where he's talking to his son is like a older. He's working in like a corporate job, and his boss is yelling at him, and even his son is saying like, you know, why am I putting up with this? And you know, um, and same thing for me. It's like, you know, no one deserves to be put down, but that resiliency would help you keep going forward because you know there. I tell my children all the time, um, you know, life from middle school to high school definitely improves. Middle school sucks for everybody, I think. And I think my son agrees because he just graduated 8th grade. He's so looking forward to high school. Um, and when I tell my daughter the same thing, she's like, "Daddy, how come boys are so dumb in 6th grade?" I'm like, "Well, because boys are dumb in 6th grade. That's sometimes they are, but that age where boys and girls are just transforming not only their bodies but their minds, their emotions, and they're making new friends, they're losing old friends, they're shifting they're trying to identify their own personalities. um, that resiliency, you got to learn that along the way. It comes through practice. And
mm,
on top of that, um, you know, as we grow through life and we grow, we want the people around us to grow. One thing as a entrepreneur and as a trainer, um, of leaders I've learned is that you know, when you start growing too fast from the people around you, they don't like it. And so the entrepreneur journey is a little lonely one because then
yeah,
they start saying like, "Oh, well, you're overnight success." Yeah, it took me 6 years to become an overnight success. They don't see the hard work.
6. That's
Yeah,
fast.
yeah, overnight success, right? It's like, oh, how'd you become a best-selling author? Like, and you know, I like you and I just talked about this.
Mhm,
Like for the first time in my life, I'm an international best-selling author. I think my mind is blown. I'm like, really?
mhm,
Because like from like 5 years ago, I'm like, I never ever would have thought any of this stuff was possible. And uh, you know, throughout our lives, we're going to encounter the entire spectrum of hu- of of humanity. And as a result of that, we have to learn how to interact with people of all mindsets, cultures, backgrounds, ages.
right.
And if we don't prepare ourselves and we don't have that resiliency where we can not only connect with them, but also understand them in a way that they don't hurt us along the way too, you know, then we're left defenseless. So that's why you got to go out there and practice that. So
Yeah.
that's sort of a roundabout way to answer your question there. So compassionate, innovative, and resilient.
Definitely. I think the question on some of our viewers' minds, because we talked about this, like the way
Yeah.
that you share your message is different for every person based on who
Yep.
you are,
Yep.
right? You
Hmm.
don't have to write a book to be successful. You don't have to be a speaker to be successful,
Nope.
but yet you've spoken and you've written books. So the
Yep.
question I feel is on some people's minds is if you're there with a stutter and if
Yeah.
you're back in that version of you, right, who felt a lot of guilt and shame, that's where other people are too, whether they have
I know.
a stutter or not, or sometimes they just don't have the words to come out and they feel that weight of it. So, can you give us a little bit of insight into what it was like to work through that resistance?
Yeah, it was really hard. I got to tell you, you're putting me on the spot here, and
I always do, but I do it so
that's a tough one.
lovingly.
That,
That's a tough one. Of
that's her
course. I'm sorry.
specialty.
You know, it's funny. There's a Toastmasters advanced group called Brutally Honest with Love. You
I know.
know,
I
and that's what
belong
it is.
there.
Exactly, and that's what
Yeah.
it is. Um, I I've always been a fan of tell me the truth so I
Yeah.
can deal with the truth.
Yeah.
I'm sure plenty of people don't want to face it, but that's okay. Um, for people that have any sort of speech fluency out there, or even or just are shy or they're introverted, I mean, there's it takes the power of one choice to change your life. One choice.
Yeah.
One choice to move forward. And part of that journey is that once you make that choice, you have to discipline yourself and find a finish line. See, what a lot of people do is say, "All right, I decided it's January 1st. I got a New Year's resolution. I'm going to lose 20 pounds. I signed up for the gym." And what a lot of gym owners tell me, yeah, they overbook and the gym is super full the first 20 days of January. And around day 21, it really dies off. Why? Because psychologically it takes us what, 21 days to make or break a habit. So
Mm.
you see this quantitatively at the gym. So this is one place where you see this. But when you're forming habits, like for example, like I love the book Atomic Habits by James Clear.
Oh.
um, if you've not read that book, um, one thing that I've done is to create habit stacking tasks with a time element. So it's kind of like if
Mm.
you're making SMART goals, like
Yeah.
uh, SMART, right? They're
Yeah.
specific, measurable, accountable, relative, and they're time sensitive. Um, the A lot of people make a goal without being time bound. Um, I want to make $1 million. That's great. By when? I don't know. Someday. Someday could be 100 years from now. That's not going to help you,
Mhm.
right? What if you said, all right, I want to make $1 million in 1 year? Great. That means every single day you have to make $2,793.37, something like that. Um, and so that means, can you have a $3,000 day? So now you start breaking it down. All right, the work day is if you work a little bit extra, 10 hours a day, can I make can I make can I make $300 an hour and make $3,000 a day? I broke it down. So that means over the 10 hours, I need a $300 client per hour. Can I do that 10 hours a day? Not quite, but at least now you have a framework. You have a plan. What if I just, instead of having 10 1 hour sessions, what if I just book someone for a high ticket program? So I need one person to buy my program per day for $3,000, and I'm a millionaire. That's it. That's it. So that means in order to have one person convert, I need to show my webinar at a 10% conversion rate to a minimum 10 people to get a 10% conversion. Now I have one $3,000 high ticket offer per day. And now I'm a millionaire self made in less than a year. Why people don't think this way? It's sort of a reverse attrition model. And I didn't make this stuff up. This is all out there in the universe. You can read about it and talk about J curves from MBA classes and things like that. Or you can just start to see what works. And so I guess really like where I'm going with this is that this belief that we're not good enough or we can't do that. These self-imposed beliefs and values. You feel trapped. And so whether you have a whether you have a speech dysphonia or whether you have a poor mindset, you know, there are different ways you can break out of that. In my book, Unbox Me Today, I talk about the 5 success principles that I've gleaned over my journey. So I talk about health, wealth, mindset, faith, and family. And like a rising tide raises all the ships in your life. And by creating that balance, that's what's going to help you become a well-rounded, fulfilled person. Because there's too many people out there I've seen um, who are, either doctors or lawyers or something else. They're high professionals. They make $500,000 a year, $1 million a year, and they're unhappy. They just got divorced. Their kids don't like them. That's not a life. I'm sorry. That's a hard existence. Versus, I'd rather make 1/10 of that and have my wife see me every day, give me a kiss on the cheek, have my kids run to me and give me a hug. Like every Oh, by the way, here's a little dad tip for all of you parents out there. So it's a mom tip too. Every day when I come home from work, I ask my kids to give me a 5 by 5. And what that means is in that family pillar where I talk about how do we build family relationships, how do we kind of create that framework for a strong family. when I come home, I always yell out, Evan, Ava, where's my 5x5? Whatever they're doing, they have to drop and they have to come give me a hug for 5 seconds at 5 p.m. And if they forget at 5 p.m., it's okay. They're busy. Then it's a 6x6 or it's a 10x10. I don't care. But that day, they have to give me a 5x5 every single day. And it's a small thing. It's a small time commitment. It's easy to do. And that's why they have no problem doing it. And what they will remember when they go to college, when they start having a family of their own, oh, daddy made time for us every day to show he cares. That's what that's going to translate into. And that's where I think that anybody that feels trapped, start finding a way to break out of that box of fear that's trapping you. Because the other side of that box of fear is where your greatest successes lies. Because when you get, you've probably heard this if you've done any personal development, when you're uncomfortable, that is your growth zone. And that is where you grow the most. And I've gotten used to being uncomfortable, trying new things, learning more. And second half of that, put aside the ego. There's plenty of people out there that are definitely smarter than me. And I'm smarter than a lot of people too. It doesn't matter. What I realize is that by putting aside the ego, and you kind of say this with me, spare me your brilliance, right?
Spare me your brilliance.
Right?
And you're brilliant. I'm
Exactly.
writing that one down too.
Exactly. And nobody wants to be talked down to. Everybody
No.
wants to be talked with.
Yes, please. So, Raja, I am going to stop you there.
Sure.
All your tools have your disfluency very fluid.
I've been working on it. That's the point. And
I wrote down that word because I hadn't heard it before today. So now I need to practice it, the disfluency. I love that. So before we go and have
Yeah.
our next guest come on, where do we find you? What is your favorite way to communicate with people?
Certainly. The best way to find me is right behind me, victorymindsetacademy.com, victorymindsetacademy.com. And when you do that, you'll get a free a fast action course, and you also get an opportunity to connect with me and see if there's beyond the complimentary course, if you want to work together. If you do, great, and if not, that's okay. You still got something great, and I hope I impacted your life in a truly personal way.
Awesome. And in about 10 seconds, I just want to give some space always at the end. If there's something that you needed somebody to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
Oh, the same thing I say to every client at the end of every meeting: believe it and become it.
Ooh,
Yes.
I love the synchronicities. Awesome. Thank you so much, Raja, for being here and
Thank you.
dancing in the background before you came on.
I appreciate
Playing
you so much.
lightsaber with me.
I love
You're
it.
What
fun.
a fabulous interview. Whew.
Awesome.
I feel good.
Yeah.
Do you feel empowered now? Like
I do.
life is full of goodness. You can do this.
Yeah. This Monday just lit up.
Awesome. We will chat soon, Raja. So bye.
Bye,
Thank
guys.
you. You can hang out in the background if you want. We're going to bring our next guest up, and I just want to make sure we're on time, and we're doing pretty well. So welcome to the stage, Sandra. I do have to start by saying that I didn't have a chance to read a whole lot of your book, but I want to speak to it. I know, right? It's like all these cool things happening. I want to speak to it, but I want to start the same way that I usually start, because I want to shake you up a little bit in a very loving way. So we get to know you, Sandra, not just your message and your business. So here's the question. I think I've asked you it before, and I'll get my pen already. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Quirky,
Uh-huh.
asexual,
Uh-huh.
stand out.
Ooh. So then, of course, the follow-up is why? Why do you want to be known as quirky? Raja was just saying that he used to be called weird, and we celebrate that. So why do you want to be called quirky and asexual and stand out?
First of all, quirky was actually the name I used to go by in terms of online before I came to the asexual community, because I've always been different, like at school, at college, I've always been a person who kind of stood on my own and I didn't follow the crowd. So I like being quirky and different, and I like being me. So I think quirky is all about the nuances of yourself and of the life you lead. And it's about leaning into and embracing the differences within you as your beauty. And my philosophy is, which is my embrace your quirky philosophy, is to do what you want to do, what you're born to do, regardless of what anyone else says, thinks, or does. And that's something that I apply throughout my life, even today, with the asexual work I do. I started my quirkybooks.wordpress.com blog in 2010. That's how long I've been blogging for. So that's way before I say way before I started my asexual work, but I started doing that in 2015. And I got the name of the blog because I knew I wanted my own book publishing imprint years later called Quirky Books. In 2017, I became a registered publisher in the UK under Quirky Books. So I build my own book publishing company, but it's me who writes the books and publishes them under my own brand. I want my stuff because my legacy is getting all the knowledge, know-how, skills, and experience I've had over the years to help others. And I don't get writer's block. I'm the opposite. I've got so many books in my head that I can't get out quick enough. And nowadays, some of the time I'm able to get into flow because I'm actually writing a workbook, which we'll be talking about in a bit with the Diary Confessions book. And a lot of this is just flowing. I'm doing it really quickly. And I'm like, don't procrastinate. Don't think about it. Flow. Just think and trust yourself that you know this stuff. Occasionally I have to go and do something and then go back to it. And I'm like, oh, I know what to do now. But it's flowing and I'm really proud of that. So that's kind of my quirkiness. And I love being different. I love standing out. So even if I go clubbing, which I can't go at the moment because I've injured myself, and yeah, I've got 2 broken bones in my back. It was actually a business event. An exercise I did, yeah, and my ribs and stuff. So, but I'm trying not to focus on that. And so, you know, when I'm in clubs, I like to wear an outfit that stands out. When I was speaking at Oxford University for Blue Talks, I turned up in my sparkly suit, which is very, very like stand out because I like to be different. I like to be the person in the room that looks different and is different. I don't like blending in with the crowd. I actually like to stand out. So, and then asexual is because I am asexual and I discovered it in 2014. And it was waking up to the fact that I've been sold a lie all my life. You know, I thought I was heterosexual for years. I was born into thinking I was heterosexual. And then in 2014, I went from one day not realizing I was asexual, I thought I was heterosexual, to seeing a counselor. And that was something I've talked about before. But, you know, I think it's important to share it with your audience is that it's quite upsetting because I went to her because I was worried because I still wanted a romantic relationship with kissing and cuddling and holding hands. And I went to her and said, like, I'm really worried about myself because I'm feeling like I'm going to be alone forever because obviously I've got a lot of self-love. So if I end up on my own forever now, it's quite good in some ways. I like being single anyway. I've got quite a lot used to being single, but you know, to have that kind of option completely taken away and thinking I'm never going to have any opportunity or chance of it ever because I was going out dating guys, heterosexual guys, because I'm only attracted to guys. And the expectation of sex at the end of the night was making me almost wet myself. And so I was so anxiety induced. I have anxiety anyway, but this was just making it much worse. And so I said to her, you know, like, I'm really worried because I want a relationship. I don't want sex. And she did say the worst thing she could have possibly said to me, because obviously I was going to her for help and for comfort and support. And she said to me that she was worried about me and that I would have to have sex in order to keep a good guy. Yeah, I can see Michaela's face. I'm like horrified because how can any guy be good for me if he's expecting me to do something I don't want to do and his love for me is based on that thing? I think that's one of the problems in the world is we're told that in order to have a happy, healthy, committed relationship, that it's got to have sex involved in it. And I think that's relying on someone else for your own sexual pleasure and happiness rather than yourself through masturbation, for example. And I also think it's sending a damaging message to society that we have to get involved in genitalia and with other people in that way in order to receive and have love. And the only way we can have a committed relationship is through that. And I want to redefine relationships to know that sex could be one part if some people want that, like it and need it, but it's not the same for everyone. And as I say in my Diary Confessions of a Hyper-Romantic Asexual book, the only people that should be determining the relationship, if you like, are the people in that relationship. They're the one who should be like saying what this relationship is about, what it entails, and classifying it as a relationship. No one else should be dictating that in society. So I think like redefining relationships and the way we have them is really important. A lot of dating coaches I've heard think that without a relationship, I would like class myself as a asexual dating coach, but the traditional ones, they think if you don't have a sex in a relationship, it's not a real relationship. And I've even heard one coach say your relationship's dead in the water if you're not having sex. Well, to me, that's shocking. It's like there's so many other beautiful things to a relationship, like communication, mutual interests, emotional attraction and connection, mental stimulation and mental attraction and connection, spiritual attraction and connection, which you can have all those things without the sex. You can have physical, sensual attraction and touching and kissing and that, but you don't have to have sex, and you can decide yourselves how much you want of that and don't. And obviously compatibility is really important. And so I think, you know, this really needs to change in society. And obviously I'm here to spread the word of asexuality and help people do that. And just in case anyone at home doesn't understand what asexuality is, it's a sexual orientation. So it's not a disease or a disorder or some malfunction in you, and it's not abstinence or celibacy. It's a genuine sexual orientation that is based largely on the lack of sexual attraction. And so what this means for me is a sex repulse for myself, romantic, heteroromantic, asexual, if you like. I'm attracted to guys romantically, but not sexually. So I don't get the need, urge, or want for partner sexual intercourse. So I could be kissing a guy a lot because I'm a hyper-romantic and hyper-kisser, which is very rare for any sexual orientation. And I can be kissing them for a long period of time and I don't get those urges. So I've been out on dates and the guy's like, how are you holding yourself back? You know, like, what are you doing? I don't understand. How can you, like, hold yourself back from wanting sex? I'm like, because I don't get those urges in the first place. And they just don't get it, a lot of them. But I don't. So I can feel arousal in my body, but I have a zero sexual attraction. The arousal does not lead me on to wanting to have sex. And there are two main types of asexuals. I'm keeping this very simplistic. One are the pure asexuals who don't want, they don't basically experience any sexual attraction whatsoever, going all the way on the spectrum to the grey asexuals that experience sexual attraction, but only under limited, rare, or specific circumstances, or they experience it, but not enough to want to act on it. So it's not the usual sexual attraction. So lack can have two meanings. Lack as in you've not got any of it, or lack is in you don't have enough of it. So that's how it covers both of those types of asexuals. And they're romantic asexuals, they're non-romantic asexuals, there are biromantic that are attracted to two genders, panromantic attracted to three genders, homoromantic attracted to the same gender. So you can see how it kind of like translates from sexual attraction, but as in asexual attraction, A stands for absence of sexual attraction. So that's the asexual part of me. And I started my YouTube show back in 2015, so the year after I discovered I'm asexual, because from that moment the counselor told me that I actually, the universe works in mysterious ways, people, and I went out of that session with the counselor and I thought, this is not right. I was horrified at what she said. You know, I'd have to have sex in order to keep a good guy. So I went and Googled, I love kissing, but I don't like sex. And that's when it came up with asexuality and asexuality.org. And I discovered there's thousands of people around the globe like me who wanted a romantic relationship without sex. And I was just like, wow, this is incredible. I feel liberated and free to be me at last. And I'm not the only one. Felt like an alien, do you know what I mean? So that was really
I find it mind-blowing that Google helped more than a therapist. That is like, have you found a therapist there now that can help people to discover who they are without putting their own judgment on it? Because my understanding, I'm a behavior analyst, so I've worked with therapists, and the first rule of being a therapist is that you don't put your agenda onto your client. So that was the look of like, what? Because that's a dysfunctional way for her to show up. I'm assuming it was a woman in this case.
Yes, it was. And I totally agree with you, because I've done basic counselling skills course. So I'm not a counsellor, I'm not a therapist like you, but I've done basic counselling skills course, which is enough knowledge to know that she shouldn't be, like you said, putting her own agenda on me. But I don't need
anybody. No, that's not therapy. That's totally not therapy. It's not how that works.
Yeah, it's really unhealthy. I felt it was like giving a license to rape me. It was like saying, well, basically, some guy can do what they like to my body if you want to keep a good guy. It's just very, very dark to me and not good. So, but I don't need therapy for my asexuality, because it's not a disease or a disorder, and I am so liberated and free to be me. Because I know, looking back now, I was always asexual but didn't realize it. Even going back to 6 years old, when I had my first heterosexual boyfriend, which is very young, back at that time we were doing passionate kissing together, but he wanted to do more than that and do sexual exploration, and I really didn't like that. I didn't want it. Back then I had a lot of childhood trauma, and so back then I felt unloved, and I felt I was being blackmailed by him, actually, which is very unusual for a 6-year-old. Without going into too much detail, it was quite horrendous. So even 6, I had like that going on. And so he was like blackmailing me for food and stuff, like, I'll have your food on breaks to stay in a relationship with you, this type of weird stuff at 6 years old. So this is quite difficult, obviously, but I'm aware of all this type of stuff, you know. So and I'm still here. So yeah, so he wanted to do sexual exploration. I gave my consent to it, but I didn't really want to do it. I felt pressurized by him. I felt if I didn't do it, I wouldn't be getting love from him. And there was a lot of psychological reasons why I did that at the time. But when I was 17, I saw a college counselor, and I told them that, you know, I was feeling so guilty that I allowed him to do that to me. And it was such a traumatic experience for me. And she didn't understand. She said, that's normal. It's like doctors and nurses. It's what kids do. And she didn't understand why I was crying. And I'm like, because I didn't want him to do that. I felt like I was invaded. And so, yeah, I didn't get any support there either. But I know, looking back now, I was always asexual because I wasn't into the sexual side of stuff. I still have some sexual behavior, actually, with the way I like to kiss and the way I like to dance. So I have no problem in leaning into my own sexuality and being sensuous and being erogenous sometimes, even though I don't want sex. I'm quite happy doing what I do and loving what I love. And it's kind of hard to find someone for a relationship, because I have some sexual behavior but zero sexual attraction. I have high arousal levels but zero sexual attraction. I'm a hyper kisser, so I can kiss up to 4+ hours, nearly non-stop, and I don't get bored. That is not normal. So I'm very different. So my quirkiness again is there. So yeah, but I'm embracing who I am. I know I'm different, but I wouldn't be able to write Diary Confessions of a Hyper-Romantic Asexual if I wasn't a hyper-romantic. So always use your inner wisdom and guidance and who you are to live your dreams. That's what I say. And you asked the third one, wisdom on these. Outstanding. I like to stand out from the crowd. I don't like to follow the crowd. Even in my writing, I'm going more towards I've got to write my own books. Like, for me, I'm not driven first and foremost by money. I did a test years ago, and my motives for doing anything are first a sense of responsibility, and second, achievement. Third is money. So what I do is, like, you know, with my YouTube show, which has had over 850,000 organic views now on my asexual life channel, which I'm so proud of. You know, I do a lot of different stuff on there. I do asexual education, entertainment, lifestyle videos as well, and you know, and information videos. So I do a range of stuff, and more I'm geared towards following my dream. So there's lots of shiny objects that can take you off on different tracks, and I'm like, no, Sandra, like, some people come in my inbox, I can help you make £10,000 a month being a coach, and coaching is not my main thing. I do some coaching, actually. I'm quite happy to do the coaching I do, but writing books and getting them out while I'm alive to live, and that is my legacy. I see that. I'm very spiritual. I know that for me. So all the time I've got to keep believing in myself, because it's hard to make a lot of money as a writer, especially, you know, because it takes a lot of work, effort, and constant promotion, and obviously talking about it and stuff like that. So it's hard, but I'm not motivated for the money, if you know what I mean. So I'm able to write books, even if they take me years. I've been working on the Asexual Guide to Sex book for 5 years, over 5 years now. I've got to finish it this year. June 2019, I started that book, but I will get it out because my passion is writing books. My YouTube is writing books. So I'm living my dreams, even though if I don't have the salary that loads of people would desire, I'm happy, you know? And the more I keep getting pulled away to people, oh, you can make thousands of pounds doing this, that, I'm like, no, but mine's book writing. So I need to learn more about book writing and book publishing and buy more courses and study that more and take more steps to doing other things, such as getting my books onto other places like Apple books and stuff like that, which I haven't done yet, which is my plan. I also want to do a YouTube ad in the future to do my books, which is quite unique and stand out. So that's an innovative thing I've come up with that I personally want to try, regardless of the outcome. I just want to do it. And so yeah, but I'm loving what I'm doing, even though I'm not making shed loads of money like loads of other people might in their business. I'm really happy. I come alive and it's my joy, you know, and I'm helping asexuals. And my mission is to get asexuality recognized as a sexual orientation throughout the globe so that no asexual has to live in fear of ridicule ever again, which is why I came to Blue Talks doing the Blue Talk speaker packages. And I'm here now, you know, to spread the message to thought leaders and across the world that asexuality is genuine, it's real, it's a beautiful thing, and it's normal for some people to be like that.
Awesome. I want to ask you a question about your book, because I was reading through the titles and then I was like, which ones are speaking to me? Because I know that they'll be the ones that I relate to a little bit more. And I enjoyed some of your titles. And of course, this one got me. And then I realized the numbers afterwards. So this one was called Asexual Experience WTF. So I'm thinking, I'm like, oh, at this point, I thought you would have at least had that understanding that you were an asexual, but then the whole WTF at the end got me. But then when I came back, I was reading it. I love that you started with a quote at the beginning and then you went into like a diary type session. As I'm assuming the whole book is like this. Of course, I didn't have time to read the whole thing. But I'm assuming the whole book is like you writing diary entries. And I didn't realize that like just how personal they would be. It reminds me of like reading, I don't want to put horrible words in your mouth, but like smut, but like good smut. Right? So it's like, it's interesting because you have those conversations, but it doesn't have to lead to sex. And you can read that through the way that you talk about people and about yourself and about your experiences. So if you want to take it further on your own and you're that type of person, like start here. And if you're not, you're perfectly happy reading through it and seeing your experience. I love that. Then I noticed it was chapter 13 on Friday the 13th. I was like, no wonder the WTF is there. So can you tell us just a little bit about the whole WTF part of the asexual experience?
Right. Okay. So that chapter is about me online dating. Yeah. And I come across a number of guys. I specifically talk about one guy as well in that part of the book. And WTF stands for what the FC UK. I don't know if I'm allowed to actually say the word out loud, but but basically, some guys that come across on the dating scene, they want an asexual experience. So they think it's like a red letter day where they can come to me. Yeah, they can come to me and they can have this asexual date with me to see what it's like and have that wonderful, weird, quirky, or whatever they've got in their head experience. Yeah. And so so I've said on my channel, you know, like having a date with an asexual is not like a red letter day experience. It's not just some sort of experience that you can have like and use people to have that experience. It doesn't work like that. It's a genuine sexual orientation. You know, we have feelings and we genuinely want connection and love and care like everyone else does in a relationship. But you know, I get fed up of guys just wanting an experience. Some people talk about, oh, I want to be asexual. Like they want to try it on like a coat. Yeah, let's put the coat on of asexual and try it for a day or something. I'm like, it's not that. You can't make yourself be asexual. You can't try it on for a day. Just if you abstain from sex, that's not the same as being asexual, you don't get that innate need, desire, or want for sex. So people that are abstaining, they're suppressing and repressing their emotions. They're holding themselves back.
Yep.
And it isn't like that for me. And so, yeah, I just got so fed up. So I put asexual experience, like, what the F is that? You know what I mean? And the guy was actually talking to me. He was a British guy, actually. And he was talking to me saying that, oh, he'd love the asexual experience. But I've had that from other guys as well in messages. And I'm like, I'm not here to be used like that. I'm not here to be used to have an experience. And I'll warn other asexuals about that as well, because there are some people that are in relationships with heterosexuals, for example, but they may want to have an asexual on the side to use for emotional connection that they're not getting from their primary partner. Now, some asexuals might not see it as being used. That's up to them where they see that as not. But I personally think it is, because it's like, I've got my bit on the side for emotional connection. So whereas people would have an affair with a sexual hookup component, other people will have kind of what I would say is an emotional affair with an asexual person, because they're not getting that from their primary partner. Now, the asexual might be okay with it, or they might not realize that it could be very damaging psychologically for them if they start attaching to that person and kind of like expecting things from them that you would normally have in a relationship. And that person obviously is with someone else, and it's not polyamorous. So some people obviously have polyamorous relationships, in which case everyone's meant to know about it. That's a polyamorous relationship. If someone's doing something like that behind someone's back and they don't all know about it, it's not in the open, that's not a polyamorous relationship. That's cheating and having an affair, basically. And emotional affairs are very real as well.
So, weird question then. And you don't have to answer, okay? Have you ever been on that side where you were used as the emotional affair for somebody else, just to kind of like get that experience from you? Because as you said, like, you don't have that sexual attraction. So that could be messy on everybody. Tell us.
Yeah, so I'm okay answering a lot. If you read my Diary Confessions book, you'll, but like you said, it's very personal, more personal than probably anyone would write usually in a book. That's why I liked it to be stand out. So yeah, I had a brief time of that. So I tend to start recognizing it, and specifically now I recognize it a lot quicker. So I tend not to go that way. But there was a guy who was asexual, actually. This is not a heterosexual guy. This is someone who classed himself as asexual from Mexico. And he was online when I was more interested in online connections back then. Now I'm just like, if you're abroad, I'm not interested in a relationship. Long distance thing, don't bother, right? Yeah. I'm personally in the same country as me. I would consider that, or maybe do it. I had a short-term, didn't mean it to be short-term. It was short-term this year relationship. That was long distance in the same country, but I prefer someone near me, to be honest. Yeah. But it's not always easy to do that, especially as an asexual person. So in Mexico, yeah, he was talking to me, and then he started talking about other girls, and then he revealed to me that he got 2 other girls, one of whom he was actually in a long distance relationship with. But he was interested in me, he was flirting with me and talking to me. So I didn't. So that wasn't the same as a heterosexual having someone on the side. It was more like he was having me on the side as an asexual person to his other main partner. I'm not sure if she was asexual. She might not have been asexual. So some asexuals, you could say, also have tendencies to maybe have an affair with another asexual emotional affair, because maybe they're with a heterosexual and their heterosexual partner isn't giving them the emotional love and connection they need. So then they will come out and look for it in groups. I'm very careful about that, because sometimes I'm like, you've applied to be in my dating group, but you're already in a relationship. Are you polyamorous or what? Because some just like to hang out in asexual groups because it's an asexual group, and others are looking to get a relationship with another asexual, but keeping their primary heterosexual partner while still looking for someone else. So not every asexual is innocent, just like not every heterosexual is. But yeah, so when I realized what was going on with the Mexican guy and that he was actually in a relationship with someone else, I pretty much stopped contacting him. I think I blocked him as well. And I'm just like, I can't be doing with this anymore. I don't want to be part of this, So yeah. And if I ever find it on dating sites, I can suspect it quite quickly and understand what's going on. So I've just like stop it, immediately, pretty much.
So then how has that experience affected the way that because you said you don't care what other people think. So how has those types of experiences affected the way that you do show up? Have you started caring, or is it still just, I don't care?
When I say I don't care, it means I don't care what people think, as in think of what I'm doing, as in think about, you know, like I do my life, I do me, I be authentic regardless of what anyone says. That doesn't mean to say I don't care about the people I'm connecting with.
Oh yeah, no, you do.
So have I understood your question right? What I'm not sure I understood the question right. So
how has the experience of that whole WTF part of the asexual experience, how has experiences like that affected the way that you show up now?
So nothing really changes with me in the sense I'm still myself, but obviously I don't let it go very far. As soon as I find out that's what they're after, I usually like block them or don't talk to them again. You know, I'm like, it's not an asexual experience. Sometimes I have in the past like gone into like what do you mean, and like where are you coming from? But that guy, that British guy, he wasn't good at all. First of all, I did actually talk to him a bit after that, and I think that's actually might have been when we had a video date, and he said he was going to meet with me, but then he admitted that he was actually a very sexual guy and needed sex, and so he couldn't do that to me because he was caring about me from the conversation. I'm like, that's fine, that's great, it's ended. And I didn't expect to ever hear from me again. And then he came back on the same dating site and asked me to be a sugar mummy. And I'm like, I'm so insulted. Like, one is I like younger guys, but I'm no way a mother. I don't want children. I've never wanted since I was 15 to have kids. I knew that. And I don't want to mummy anyone. If anyone looks after anyone, it can be the younger guy looking after me. But I don't do cooking or cleaning or housework for a guy. I'm like not that type of person. So I'm the opposite to that. And I don't think that way because I've never wanted kids. So I don't see a younger guy as being much different to me. Like I don't really notice the age gap. Like I like younger guys because I'm just attracted. I'm not really attracted to guys my own birth certificate age. And I separate my birth certificate age from my mindset age, which I reprogrammed my mind to be like 21 years old years ago. So yeah, so this British guy, when he asked me to do that, I'm like, you know, if I wanted to have sex, I've got loads of guys that would be having sex with me. I don't need to pay a guy to have sex with me. And I was just horrified. So then I got rid of him on that, blocked him, and he kept coming back with other profiles all the time, liking me again. I was just like, I've gone at the moment, I'm not active on that site. I'm taking a dating detox at the moment since my last relationship, which is very important for me. So I've been on dating scene for 10 years. So I'm still on some dating sites and dating apps, but I'm not active on them. And specifically healing myself and doing a dating detox, which I think is so important to focus on yourself when you've come out of a relationship. The relationship this year didn't end good, and there was things that wasn't good, and so I need to heal myself. So I'm joined Matthew Hussey's Love Life Club now, which he's the world's #1 dating and confidence coach on YouTube and in the world basically, and I'm going to his Love Life Club live in London this week. So thank you. I've had personal one-to-one coaching in the group with Matthew and his wife, and so that's been really, really good. When I first went in there, I was a blubbery mess, and since doing his courses and getting myself back to being confident again and everything like that, then yeah, it's going really well. And so I'm really enjoying learning about dating relationships. So I'm taking time out from actual dating, but learning more about dating relationships, the bits of information that I feel that I've been missing for years. Because behind the scenes of what he does, we're not allowed to go into it all because it's confidential, but he gives a lot of actual advice. He's more like a dating mentor, I would say. So he's actually giving practical advice saying, this is what I would do in this situation. So rather than a therapist or counselor that's meant to help you to make your own choices and decisions and what you're doing, I actually want someone to tell me what to do in certain things. I want some more guidance. I want some mentoring. I prefer mentoring sometimes to coaching because I want to be told. Doesn't mean to say I agree with everything he says or do everything he says. It just means that I want to know for definite what he thinks you should do in that situation. So then I can see whether I want to apply it or not, where I agree with him or not. And I can learn so much more that way. He's got courses on confidence, on, you know, how to get over a breakup, which I've been doing, and really, really good stuff. The stuff that's not actually out there a lot of the time. It's like the missing pieces that I've been waiting for years. Plus, it makes me able to help people on my asexual life channel with dating and relationships more, because I cover dating, relationships, confidence, self-love, self-care, all these type of things on my asexual life channel, especially the late night chat shows I do, which are live streams. So it helps me to help my audience more and to write best books even more.
Well, yeah, and without having the relationship and putting some of your time in there, you have lots of time to write more. You said you have lots in your mind you need to get out.
Yeah.
So other than writing, and I know that you speak too, are there other ways that you like to share your message?
So I love YouTube, which is amazing. Absolutely. That's kind of like one of my favorite platforms ever. I feel like really comfortable on YouTube. A lot of people like podcasts, and my YouTube show is now on YouTube Music. So yeah, because some episodes are on there because YouTube has an affiliation with YouTube Music now, where I know it's all part of the same company, but it's where you can take some of your episodes and put them on there as a podcast. And I got my Make Money Make Cash channel, which I haven't spoke about. I do like talking about business stuff and making money through marketplaces on there. So I love YouTubing. So that's like my main platform. And Facebook. I run 6 asexual Facebook groups. I'm on Facebook loads. I got loads of pages on Facebook. I'm on X, but I don't go on there that much. I'm on Instagram, but I prefer Facebook and YouTube. I think personally for me, I think that you have to have 1 or 2 platforms and they be your main focus if you really enjoy them, because you're more likely to show up, don't procrastinate much, if at all. You're more likely to do the thing. So with my YouTube show, Asexualize My Asexual Life, it's just like it's natural to me. And I also do blogging. I've got my Asexualized blog, quirkybooks.wordpress.com blog, beatredundantyblues.wordpress.com blog, which not many people know about. So, but I don't blog as much anymore because I prefer to write stuff in my own books. And I know that I can get to a more global audience if I write books, because people can learn from them more, if you know what I mean. So I tend to focus more on my energies on getting more books out, because I can visualize all the books I've got in the future and that people need it. Even when I'm not here anymore, I know people, it'll be saving and changing lives when I'm not here anymore. And that's an important thing for me. That's one of the most important things in my life.
Well, definitely. Like, we keep the books behind us all the time, or wherever we are. We get to see them on a regular basis. Yeah, exactly. Show your book.
I got all these.
You need to see the cover of the other one. You can't hide it behind the front.
Oh, sorry. So this is Diary Confessions of a Hyper-Romantic Asexual that came out in April this year. So that's actually a bestseller. It was #1 hot new release on Amazon.com, Amazon.co.uk, and bestseller in multiple categories. That's a book we've been talking about. In case you want to get a copy, it's on Amazon. Thank you so much. I'm doing the 78 life lessons to Asexual Life Diary Confessions workbook to go with that. And then Asexual Perspectives, which I've got bookmarks in at the moment because I'm doing Asexual Perspectives Awareness Month at the moment. So I'm reading from this book directly on my channel. This is Asexual Perspectives, 47 Asexual Stories, Love, Life and Sex, a celebration of asexual diversity. I don't know if you can see, that's quite hard to see.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm covering my face up now. So yeah,
I had to.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, basically this is a bestseller. It became a bestseller last year, although I published it in 2017. So this answers pretty much every question you've got about asexuals and asexuality. So it asks stuff like, do asexuals masturbate? Do they watch porn? Are they into BDSM? Are they into kinks? All the controversial questions that most people want to ask but are afraid to ask. And it asks, advice from other asexuals, like when people found out they're asexual, difference between sexual attraction, sexual desire, arousal, sexual attraction, all these differences. So this book pretty much contains the answers to all the questions I kept getting asked in private message consistently for years. And it's from different asexuals, my perspective, and 46 other asexuals, and the answers are told through their stories in the form of interview questions. You probably can't see it again on here.
It's all good.
This book is good because it's not just on Amazon, it's on Walmart website, Barnes & Noble, Waterstones, Blackwell's. So yeah, thank you.
So I want to make sure that we know where to find you. So obviously YouTube, but like, do you have a website? What kind of links? And what's your favorite way to communicate with people?
Sorry, I'm going off. This is my fibromyalgia self-help handbook, just for people who, because I showed that earlier, but I didn't properly show it. This is how to manage fibromyalgia, have less pain, more energy, and feel happy like a superhero rock star. And it's told in a superhero style. So because I've got fibromyalgia, but most people don't have much energy, and I do. So this gives you all the tips and shows you how to reduce pain in 25 aspects of your life, even if you don't have fibro. So it's like a personal development book in disguise. So you can find me Asexualize My Asexual Life YouTube channel, which I'm so proud of. If you're more into business and making money online, such as through marketplaces, and I also interview some authors and entrepreneurs, Make Money Make Cash channel on YouTube. And I'm on LinkedIn, which under my name, Sandra Bellamy. And And email, asexualize@gmail.com. So asexualize.com is my website. So that's ASEXUALISE.com. I also have the Z version of that in case people get lost.
Oh, nice.
And they can contact me asexualize@gmail.com or Sandra Bellamy group@gmail.com. So my name as it's seen, Sandra Bellamy, the asexual entrepreneur, Sandra Bellamy @gmail.com. And I'm on Facebook as well. They can find me under Sandra Bellamy. My actual personal Facebook is Sandra Bellamy Beat Redundancy Blues, because I used to help people who were redundant to get back into work before I helped asexuals, which not a lot of people know about me. And I won a business award in 2013 for my Beat Redundancy Blues brand. Not many people know that about me. Thank you. I was a
Yes.
local award.
We pulled it out.
Yay!
We just have a few minutes left. I want to make sure that we have space at the end of the interview for you to share whatever it is that you need to share. So if there's something that you need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
First of all, to get my Diary Confessions book, because I have to say that because I love it so much. It is really very interesting because it breaks a lot of taboos that people think about asexuality. There's a chapter in it about where I feel aroused, by the way, and people don't usually talk about that type of stuff. And they don't expect an asexual person to come out with that, but also dating and relationships it's really good for. And the life lessons, they're really important. And then get the Diary Confessions workbook when it comes out to go with it. I'm currently finishing that off. And there's going to be, this is book 1, by the way. I'm doing a Diary Confessions series. I've already a lot way through book 2. And I've got another book as well.
So you mentioned the workbook a couple times. Can you tell us a little bit more about the workbook?
Yes. The workbook's really good. So this has 78 life lessons to ace your life in it. Okay. And I'm taking all these life lessons from this book, putting them in another book, and doing more deep dive into the lessons on a psychological type of way to help people advance their life, their love, their relationships. So I ask people questions about themselves in the book. So it's like their diary book. So whereas this is my diary book, the life lessons, I'm diving into a lesson and then I'm asking them to think of a time when this applied to them in their life, asking them how they felt at the time, how they overcame that difficulty at the time. This is the type of thing I'm doing. And then could you use the techniques you used years ago to help you possibly with the current life difficulty you're having? This is the type of lines that's going on. So for every quote, there's a number of pages with deep dive into more of the psychology behind it, if you like, the deeper stuff of how this can impact your life and make a really important change in your life that changes it from pain to gain, if you like, because that's what all my books do. They change and transform people from pain to gain, and they're non-fiction books. And so it just enables them to kind of help themselves through a self-help book. I thought to myself, everyone else does like 10 life lessons and I do 78. I'm like, OMG.
I was thinking that.
But I've grouped them together. I know. I can believe it. I'm like, oh my gosh, you're going to be doing a workbook. I'm like, I grouped them together. So there's about 15 chapters in it. Otherwise, I'd be doing 78 chapters. So I've grouped them together and they lead on. So I've done like a life lesson or 2 or whatever. And then I've written the deep dive into asking them questions. But it's like one of the chapters has got 20 questions just based on, I think, one quote. So it's quite intense in a good way. And it will enable people to help themselves to get out of stuck situations and to improve their life lots. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And I love that you put, like, under all your different chapters, I love that you put lesson 1 through 3. And then that way I don't have to count them out. And if I miss, like, I'm writing notes, usually I like to write notes when I'm reading something. So if I missed it, then I can go back and be like, oh, I actually missed number 3. This isn't number 3.
Yeah, that is.
Go back, make sure I got it. Okay, we're good.
That's really important, Laura, because the thing is they're not in the same order that they're in the Diary Confessions of a Hyperromantic Asexual book. So I've either got to reorder them or I've got to put a part in the beginning saying these are from the Diary Confessions of a Hyperromantic Asexual book, but they're not in the same order because of how I need to write it. So I've either got to reorder them, but they won't be able to cross-reference it with Diary Confessions of a Hyperromantic Asexual then, which is what I really want. So people who've got Diary Confessions of a Hyperromantic Asexual book, I want them to be able to buy the other book as an addition, but I want people to be able to buy the book who are not interested in all the romantic and relationship stuff and just want the life lessons. But I don't know whether to, put the life lessons in a different order and but put them at the top, what they are, so they can cross-reference it or reorder them. I think I might have to just put them as they are and write a page in the book saying this is very quirky because we're doing quirky books here. So the life lessons aren't actually in 1 to 78 order. They're in the order that they flowed in the book to help you improve your life.
I think like a quick little thing at the beginning of the workbook that says these are intentionally not in the same order so that we can better serve you. And this way you can get the flow of the lessons, not just the lessons. But if you would like, right, here is where you would find all these different things and then have that little chart and then just like move on. Like you've already stated it.
About putting the 1 to 78 as well at the back of the book if they just want to read the whole lot, because if it's in the front, they might not actually buy the book then, if you know what I mean.
At the end,
at the end, that's what I was thinking. So we're thinking similar stuff, and I'm so glad that you clarified that. See, it's good that I came on this show. Thank you, Michaela and Laura.
Yes, it's always fun learning about other people's perspectives, and I love that you're so vulnerable and willing to share this stuff, because a lot of these conversations can be taboo. With the wrong person, you could feel like, oh my God, am I asking this horrible question? But I just love how open you are. And I just want to say that I appreciate that, that we could all learn a lot. So thank you for this. And good luck selling more of your books.
More taboo subjects need to be discussed.
Oh, exactly.
We're doubling down on so many things and making stuff taboo that doesn't really doesn't need to be at all. One person objects, suddenly it's gone. It's like, we need more openness and vulnerability and willingness to discuss stuff that maybe makes somebody shift in their seat a little, and that's okay.
Actually, before I say goodbye, Sandra, there was a friend of mine, I think she's in Blue Talks as well. She had put up a post a couple months ago saying, I want to create a list of all of the topics that we see as taboo. Ooh. So just like write whatever you want. And people would chime in with the typical things like sex and money and religion and that kind of stuff. But by the end of it, she had this massive list of things that nobody feels comfortable. Few people, sorry, we'll correct.
I'm probably one of those few people.
I know few people feel comfortable talking about. And now she wants to do something with that list and say, hey, what is something that I have a lot of people in my network that have expertise or experience in this, so that we can have this guided mentor-like discussion on this taboo topic. So it's a safe place. I love that so much.
Oh, I wonder if I missed that, because I should be on there with asexuality, definitely.
I'll have to double check who it was. I can't remember if it was Hollis or if it was Sarah, or if, I know 5 people doing this. So let me double check who it was and I will connect you. Remind me afterwards, because I will forget. But thank you again so much, Sandra.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Wait, while the Asexual Guide to Sex book comes out, that is going to be so mind-blowingly taboo and wide open conversations on that. But it's good to talk more about sex as well. So
awesome.
Lots of love to you all. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so last minute, Dr. Leica was supposed to be our next guest. And then early this morning, his meeting got shifted. So he wasn't able to attend. And then I had somebody else who potentially could have been lined up. And I'm not sure if they're showing up or not. So Morgan, I know you've been hanging out backstage. I'm going to pull you up because we might just do your interview now. If you're okay with that.
I am okay. What does Heidi say? Flexibility is fun.
Flexibility is fun, because I know I'm only offering this because I know that your interview is the end of the day, and we can end early, but we can't stop in the middle of the show. So I figure if Michaela and I at the end want to chat, great, at the end of the day to fill the time. If not, we can stop at any point after that. So are you willing to fill in this space?
I am willing, and I'm here.
Awesome. Okay. I'm just going to take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Michaela.
It's a flexible day.
It
So I
is.
want to start off this interview the way that I start off every interview, because I'm doing research like Corey was doing research about his whole, flight question, or, seeing your younger you. Sorry, your younger you. I want to know, Morgan, as I have hair in my mouth. Yeah. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
Yeah. Yeah. I actually have 5 words because I like to
No.
kind of play outside the rules. Maybe you can take the first 3. But it's something that I tell myself a lot. And it's give me grace. And GRACE is an acronym, and it stands for growth mindset, resiliency.
Hold on. I can't do that. Okay, growth mindset.
Growth mindset, resiliency, authenticity.
Resiliency. I have to say it out loud so you know how fast I'm going. Authenticity.
Creativity.
Creativity. Hand can't work. Creativity.
How fast can we write, right? And the E is educate or educated or education, one of those, because that's important to me as well.
There we go. Cool. So growth mindset, resiliency, authenticity, creativity, and educated.
Yes.
As your version of rule breaking, give me grace.
Give me grace. Yeah, but I say that a lot when I'm getting ready for speeches, when I have client work that I need to be on site. I'm an introvert, and I love being with people and around people, but at the end of the day, that kind of drains me. And sometimes in the moment, I get a little lost because I'm in my head. And so I have to focus and ground myself around my values. And so just telling myself, you have to give yourself a little bit of grace. Grace to have that growth mindset, to kind of check and read the room and learn from others as much as they're learning from you. Grace to be resilient. And I have a resiliency model that we can talk about later. But just be resilient in the moment and realize how do you need to show up to really thrive in this environment. Authentic, if I have to sneeze, it's okay. We're only human, right? Just be yourself, true self in that moment. And then creativity to, bending the rules a little bit. I gave you 5 instead of 3, right? It's my creative liberty.
I roll that way.
Yeah.
That's
See,
my kind of
Michaela
thing.
understands. And then the education piece, my whole life has been grounded in formal education. I have my bachelor's, I have my master's in instructional design, bachelor's in psychology. Now I'm going through my PhD in business management and leadership. After a 15-year off period, I'm going back into school for my PhD. So education is really important to me too.
So you want to be described as somebody who gives them grace. That's number 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What's the second word that you would love to be described as?
So you're saying grace is my first word.
Well, the energy, right, of give me grace. I was looking on Google. I was like, is there specifically a word for that? I haven't found one yet, but that doesn't mean there isn't one.
Yeah. So if grace is my first of the 3 words, I'd say second would be caring. I care about others. And third would be just open. I'm open to go with the flow. I don't have to be super scripted. I would like for this time that we're together, Laura and Michaela, to be a back and forth conversation rather than me on my soapbox talking to you for 45 minutes. Because I like that engagement. So maybe it's engagement more than openness.
I like that.
Yeah.
Engagement. Very cool. Yeah.
So Morgan, we did actually have our guest. He's a couple minutes left. Oh, he's in and out.
I am flexible. If he wants to come on and take the
I know.
spotlight.
You did say that you wanted to hang out backstage, which is why I'm like, we're just going to flexibility.
We're just chit-chatting.
We're just going to go with it. I don't know where he went. He could be back.
Laura, do you get days like this when I'm not here? Because every time I ask you, it goes like this. I'm just curious.
Probably worse when I'm with you. Yes. Probably because the universe is like, you know what? Those two ladies can deal with anything. Let's see what kind of fun we can just throw at them.
I'm here for the stuff being thrown at us. That's cool. I was just curious because last time we had such an interesting mix of technical issues that you didn't
So
even have internet and power outages and all sorts. So just curious. Anyway, please.
Nice. I'm going to bring Paul up to stage. So Paul, if you're ready, just give me a thumbs up. Awesome. So Paul, we were just having some fun with Morgan since she's been hanging out backstage. She said she'd be here like all day. Her interview is later. So we're like, we're just going to chat it up because we're going with the flow. Flexibility is fun. We started the day by having our first guest not have video or audio. So there was no way I could bring her up to stage. So I had my phone with like Facebook video call. Oh my God, it was a mess. So Morgan, I do, gotta remember the microphone. I do love your grace. You can hang out backstage. We're gonna interview Paul. I love you so much. Just mwah, okay? I'll see you soon. And then if our next guest is we'll just bring you back.
Absolutely. Take it, Paul.
See you soon.
Thank you. Hi, Paul. Nice to see you. I know this is last minute. Welcome to my life.
But it's pleasure. It's honor, and it is last minute, but that's all right.
Sometimes those are the best opportunities. There's almost always somebody who has to cancel last minute. And I get it. Life, right? Things happen. But then that means that I have to find somebody live and I'm going on my phone trying to figure things out. I'm glad you could be the backup. So welcome. I just met you literally yesterday. So I want to
say hi.
See, this is Michaela, or you can call her Michaela. Yeah,
I'll answer either of those. Hi.
Yeah. I want to start with the same question I start with everyone, mostly because it shakes things up and I get rid of the elevator pitches and the pre-programmed responses. We're just having fun here, so no worries. So here's the question. Are you ready? Yeah. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be?
It'd be spontaneous, kind, and adventurous.
Spontaneous, kind. I can't write that fast. Adventurous. There we go. So why would you like to be called those? Why do you want other people to see you that way?
Well, I'm not sure if I wanted to be called that, but that's the way that I think people see me as. And, you know, one of the things that I love about life is just living it fully. One of the things that I was searching for here about 5 years ago, and I was actually living in an abandoned church all alone, had just come out of a men's monastery where I'd spent 2 years searching for more in my life, more overflow, more. And, the thing is I just wanted to live. And so now, once I've made that commitment and that decision to move forward, life has just opened up to the point where I can only describe it that this is my dream come true.
Aw. We talked about the word devotion with our first guest. How is devotion different than commitment in your eyes and your perspective?
That's a good question. Devotion and commitment is, to me, a commitment is like decision, where devotion is something that's from the heart. I mean, it's like it's where you're detaching the mind from the heart. And so, if you're devoted to something, it's a lot stronger in my mind than commitment, but commitment is attached to it.
No, I love that. So then for people who struggle with, I guess, that next step of commitment, how do you get from just making that decision to getting into that energy of devotion, like you said, where you separate the mind from the heart?
So a lot of it to me is, and I write about this in my book, where it's my memoir. Yeah, I do. It's right here.
Oh, you have to show us. You can't just talk about it. There you go.
Okay. It's called Death of a Yellow Page Salesman. and it's going from lost to found, filled to overflowing.
Ooh, I
And
like that.
so, the thing is I just felt that, you know, I needed to take some steps towards the direction I wanted to go. And so I have all these stories in this book, and they're really principles. Like my publisher was saying, is this a marketing book or is it an inspirational book? And I said, it's both. And they said, it can't be. And I said, no, it
Yes,
is.
I can.
I
Yes.
said, Dave Ramsey says, I can't teach you how to manage your money until you understand the spiritual principles behind it. So the second part of the book, I mean, the first part is going from lost to found. And that's kind of where I was 5 years ago. But to start to get into momentum towards, going, I had to make a decision, which was a commitment.
Mhm.
And it's I had to leave the past behind, and I had to like walk into the new. And so that's a really uncomfortable place.
Yeah.
Especially when you don't I didn't think I had anything to offer. And I mean, I'm like 62 years old. I retired from Yellow Pages, which is we were killed in their industry by Google. And so, I'm thinking, what can I do with my life? So the short answer is you have to start in momentum. You have to take steps. And even if it's the step of making your bed in the morning, I hear that a lot, especially from like Marine drill sergeants, is if you only do one thing today, just make your bed. But the
Mhm.
thing is that when you get in momentum, it's like everything snowballs, and it's just like a waterfall of, things happen in your life.
Ooh, okay. We'll take a little bit of a switch and we'll take that and we'll inspire it into this question. If you could do anything, like think crazy cool, like rub a genie in a bottle, snap your fingers, magic, what would be crazy cool to happen for you in the next year or two?
Well, something I like to see happen in the next 6 months, and I've actually talked on my actually podcast. I have a podcast, and it's to help writers become best-selling authors, and do it in a weekend workshop. And this is actually all arranged. It's just it has to come to fruition. But it's to meet with people in Orlando or Tampa, Florida, and we fly out in a Learjet. And it sounds like a big idea, but we have photographers, we have videographers, and we spend the weekend where we have a team of people that will actually help you to learn how to write a best-selling book. And I started 2 years ago where I didn't know what to do. I was stuck in this book, and I'd been trying to write it for 5 years. I'm in this abandoned church. I'm like, I need to finish this book. But I figured out a system that's worked to be able to produce 5 number 1 best-selling books. And part of it's the team that I joined up with. But now, and I thought this was a big, huge idea. And I had this guy on my podcast, and he asked me the same question you just asked. It was just a few months ago. And I told him this idea, flying Learjets, videographers, and he goes, "That's exactly what I do. I can make this happen for you." And I went, "Lord
See,
Almighty, thank you, Jesus." That was awesome.
that's why
So
we ask. It's like, I want to know, because remember, these interviews aren't just about us and the Blue Talks brand, wherever the symbol is on my screen. It's about like the co-host. It's about you. It's about the community, since that's how you and I met yesterday, was through Stacy's community. How can
right.
we as a community work together and collaborate for everyone's dreams? Because just because
Right.
you don't know how to do it doesn't mean that your community doesn't know. And especially it doesn't mean that they don't want to help, because of course we do. That's why you're here.
Amen. And it's a collaboration that, you are involved in a collaboration where you pool your energies, your resources to produce a book that is like a bestseller. And so, to publish a book all on your own, where it's just you, it's your ideas, it's your content, it's your title, it's kind of like pushing a ball uphill. But when you do like an anthology book with like 15 authors, when it launches, a lot of times it goes number one in all three categories, the day before release. Yeah, exactly. And so there's no better way to get published in my mind than an anthology book. And that's what I do. I don't help people with their memoirs. I mean, I can coach them, but I turn it over to a publisher because there's just a lot involved in that process.
Yeah. Had to put the book back. I checked to see if Michaela was in it too. And I was like, no, she's not in that one. Which one are you in?
Which one was that?
I have the first one in front of me. And then the third one is somewhere there.
Okay.
There.
In 11, 12, and the upcoming 13.
Oh, yeah. See, I love the anthologies because, at least for me, we're going to get personal, Paul. So back in high school, one of my teachers wrote in red pen on the top of my assignment, "You will never be a writer."
Man, I hate it when teachers do stuff like that.
I know, right? So then I went my whole life thinking that I couldn't write. And I used to write lyrics for songs. I used to write short stories. I used to write poems, like all of that. But that one time, that one teacher wrote the one thing in red pen, and all of a sudden I couldn't write anymore. So that anthology book and being asked to be a part of it, not me begging to be a part of it, that was just that little leap that I needed to take to believe that I could do it. And then to have the editor come back and just say, "You put way too many commas, but the rest is fine." Like, that's amazing. Have you been part of an anthology or a collaboration book?
Oh yeah, definitely. But thinking about that, Laura, is the fact that this teacher you had gave you one of the biggest gifts you
I
could
know,
have,
right?
because she became the adversary, and a more powerful adversary that's harder to defeat is the critic in our own mind. And I struggled similarly, especially when I was trying to like get my book out there. I actually finished my book and sat on it for 2 years because I just thought it was so vulnerable. It was exposing too much, and it was just a little bit too raw. I was thinking, what are my kids going to think? And because I really like put it all out there.
Yeah.
But I was also battling this imposter syndrome, where in high school I graduated with a 50 percentile out of 100 in English grammar composition, and I was not a writer. And I don't claim to be a writer now, but I'll tell you, I'm a heck of a good storyteller, and I can hire people to make it, punctuated and all that. I mean, as long as they don't change my words, because that's the important thing, because your words are your power.
Yeah. I like that you said that you had a 50. I'm not sure if you heard when Corey was sharing yesterday that he got a 49 plus 1. And he's pretty sure his teacher worded it that way on purpose so that he knew that it was the grace of the teacher that let him pass.
Yeah.
And now
well,
look.
I'll tell you.
They just have a big impact when they do stuff like that. I have a story from a teacher that told me I would never amount to anything and never complete anything. Only they did that to me on a stage in front of the entire school. And I had to have EMDR to get over that one so that I could get up and talk at a Blue Talks talk, because my throat used to close up. So sometimes those obstacles can be pretty, intense and can last many, many years before you find a way to move past that. So teachers seem to be a bit of a theme today, right?
That and compassion. Yeah. So I love how there's that dichotomy there. It's like the teachers are mean, not all of them, just the few that affect us. And then also the other side of the compassion.
But they can be amazing 99% of the time, and they do this one thing. Yep. And that one thing impacts massively, right? And you get this story about yourself, and then it can become really limiting. So, having a place to go to do an anthology, for example, is a great way of overcoming that initial sort of, I have a story about this, and it says I can't do it.
let's go down this rabbit hole just a little bit more, Paul, because this is fun. So was there any time a teacher had said something really nice to you that you remember, or empowering?
You know, my sixth grade teacher was probably my most inspirational teacher, and it was Mr. Powell. I don't even know his first
Aw.
name, but
Teachers
he and
don't
I
have first names.
just
Yeah.
clicked.
Shout out to Mr.
And
Powell. Woo.
yeah, and we did this presidential physical fitness award that
Mhm.
two of us were like just neck and neck. So we decided that we were going to tie for first place, and he ended up encouraging us to where both of us became multiple state champions in our respective sports. But the thing was, is that, you know, I was always challenged with reading, and I, I don't know if I had dyslexia or ADHD, but I just could not sit still. I mean, I was, you know, amped up, had high energy. But the thing was, is I felt that I had that confidence to build on that. So, you know, I've kind of taken that and to go into other things. And one of the things, you know, when I was writing my book, I was trying to think, how could I turn my life around? Because it really went from great to not so good. And I capitalized on some of those experiences I had back in sixth grade.
See, I knew it would tie all in. It always does. This is why I love when the conversations feel like they're going way out in left field. And then even if the guest doesn't have a way to tie it in, it's my job to tie it in. But you already did that. So we talked about the bad things of teachers as well as the good things of teachers, and how really those small moments create that foundation to be who we are today, good and bad, because we're badass now. This is awesome. So, Paul, I know that you said that you weren't always a writer and you didn't always think about writing. First, it's a two-part question. So first, I want to know, like, what is your core message? And then the second part is, what are some of your other ways, your favorite ways of sharing a message?
Okay. So my core message is really helping people to move from stuck to like overflowing momentum. And it's to take, especially entrepreneurs or business people that have been like top 1% income earners, but for whatever reason, they got displaced, they got downsized, they retired, but they've lost not necessarily the prosperity, but the purpose in their lives. And so, you know, I sense that a lot of people like 55 and above that, you know, really want to do something more with their lives, then that's kind of the things I wanted to share something about the first anthology I was in. And it created so much confidence for me to actually publish my memoir that I jumped into a book called Coaching Inc. INC. And I had this crazy idea for a chapter in the book. And that was to share the thing that I used to teach my yellow page salespeople. You remember the phone books where you sell the ads in the back of the phone books? Well, I was the trainer for that. So what I wanted to share in this chapter was how to close a high ticket sale in a one call close. And I'm thinking, you know, I want to share with the training that I went through that completely changed the game for me. And it happened about 20 years into my career. And so when I learned this, it completely radically changed everything. And so it was actually a short weekend training from a Top Gun fighter pilot instructor. And so my chapter is called Top Gun Coaching. And what I share is this high ticket sale in a one call close that I share two stories in it. And the real secret sauce, at least in my books, have been stories, and stories that tell, you know, like a principle or you learn something. So it's not just me talking about, you know, something in my life, but sharing with what works, you know, from the story. And so ended up when the book published, it went number one, all three categories, international number one bestseller. And then the publisher came back and said, Paul, this is my favorite chapter in the book. And I'll tell you, that just gave me so much confidence to finally publish my book. 6 months later. And then when my actual memoir came back, the publisher came back and said, Paul, we've helped 1,500 authors hit bestseller status. Your book had unheard of results. And I said, is that good? And they go, oh, yeah. They said it hit top 10, 22 categories, and it was the number one bestseller in 4 countries and 10 categories. And I went,
Nice.
well, thank you.
Did your imposter syndrome go away then?
It did. It
Okay.
did. And it gave me a lot more confidence to publish more. But the thing is that you have to be real and relatable. Because if I talk about nothing but, how great I am at being a bestseller, you know, author, people like glaze over and all, that's great for you, Paul. But when I started sharing about, the fact that I was stuck and living in this abandoned church just 5 years ago, that people like, well, wow, that's raw, and it's that authenticity that makes you relatable.
Well, that's why I start the interviews with that question about the 3 words you like to be described as. It's like, I don't want those elevator pitches. And you having your training of how do I make sure I articulate this so accurately and efficiently that it's going to create the most sales. Frankly, we don't care. we
So
care
the
about
second,
yeah, we
okay,
care
the
about
second,
people getting to know who Paul is, that you're not just a set of skills for hire, that you're a human being with a set of skills for hire. Right? Like, I want people to
absolutely.
love you for you. Yeah.
So the second part to that question is how do I amplify the message? Is basically what you're asking.
Yeah, like, what are your favorite ways? Yeah.
Is when I started to go out on my book tours, and I've been on six book tours now, and I'll do book signings and I'll speak. And people that had known me for like over 50 years from high school and whatever, they hear me speak and they go, Paul, we didn't know you had it in you. And I was just like, wow. And I saw that there's really a lot of power in speaking. And so when I wrote this other book called Author Code, can you see it in the back here? Right up here?
Yeah.
And that has been a super popular book in authorship. It's a really kind of a coveted category. But I talk about creating these speaking platforms for your message. And the one thing that I found is that there's a secret that I found that I teach in my group. And can I mention the group?
Sure.
It's called publishspeakandprosper.com. And it's a private Facebook group. It's free. And so just go to publishspeakandprosper.com. And so we teach this system of how to amplify your message. But the thing is whether you do it through an anthology, whether you create like a speaking platform, is I just spoke to an entire audience of 350 students for a college. And they asked me to come back and do it for 5 days in a row at the same college, just share a message. But the thing is that if I share on LinkedIn, I got 5,500 followers. That's a lot larger platform. And then if I share it in like 6 different marketing groups in LinkedIn, it goes to 8 million people. So
wow.
I don't know how much more you can amplify. And so online, ever since COVID, everything has just been super ramped up to where you can have a lot of eyeballs. But the key is really engagement. If I can get 12 people that seriously are engaged and want to learn more and that I can work with, then to me, that's what it's all about. It's not that 8 million potential people might see my message. It's who's going to respond. So that's the real key.
Exactly. And I don't think that that's talked about enough, is the engagement. I can't tell you the amount of times that, you apply for a speaking gig or somebody asks you to apply for their speaking gig, and then they have that little form of how many followers do you have on Instagram? How many people do you have on your email list? If you don't have exactly 100,000 or more, then you don't get to speak on our stage. And I'm thinking to myself, what about that person that has 10,000 followers, 1,000 followers, 100 followers? And people love them versus the person with 100,000 followers and barely anybody clicks.
Mhm.
I'm
The
with you on
number of
that.
followers has nothing to do with the amount of engagement or presence that they have.
Right.
I'm with you on
And
that one. Boy, when
I don't
people
even have an
say,
email list.
when people say this is a condition of you coming here, my
Yeah.
immediate response is, I don't want what you've got. You know, if you're going to stick me in a box before you even
Yeah.
talk with me or see what I'm going to do, then we're not a good connection.
Yeah.
That-
And I asked them about that before, and they said it's because they want to guarantee that it's going to be seen by X number of people.
Well,
I
there's
was
no
like, well, the X number of wrong people is still zeros.
and there's no guarantee. Maybe they title it in a way that doesn't appeal to people or whatever. Maybe it's sent out on a day that everybody's gone to the beach. I don't know, but you
No.
can't
Mhm.
guarantee
No.
eyeballs on something. So
No. So I just want to come back and say that I love that presence and engagement and like those human things. Treating you like a human being versus my potential next sale means
Mhm.
so much. And I think we mentioned it with Morgan or Raja, I can't remember, but that human connection and the caring that goes
Mhm.
with that, game changer every single time.
It comes down to really, at the end of the day, what is the effect? And not necessarily in dollar amounts, how many people did I sell, but how many lives did I help transform? One of the things that back to my core message about being filled to overflowing is when I met my wife here 4 years ago, everything changed. And it's
Aw.
really the real kind of pinnacle in my book where she was born blind. And so when I met her, everything opened up for me. And so this last Saturday, we were sharing our message of how to overcome spiritual blindness. And there was a guy that
Oh.
asked to be prayed for at the end of the service. He had just gotten out of prison and he had a record and he was trying to find a job. He couldn't really find a job
Mhm.
and he had nowhere to stay, no place. But he connected with people where he had a lot, at least food and water, to stay alive. But the fact that we were able to instill into him hope and the
Mm.
fact that he had a new life in front of him. And to
Mm.
me, that was so powerful in the effect that you can have in just one life and then how that person can go and affect change in others. To me, that's more meaningful than speaking to 100,000 people at a stadium.
Yeah.
Because if you affect one life in that way, then it's going to be and people have gotten back with me after the remember, oh, that your book was it meant so much to me, and had several people say your book changed my life. And when people say that, it like hits you deep and you
Yeah.
think, my life has purpose, it has meaning. And that's a great thing when I'm pushing, going to be 70 here in a couple of years.
I want to like re-pull up Sandra's thing. She said, "You look younger than that." I agree.
Oh, thanks.
70? My dad is 70. You don't look like my dad. He looks his
Well, I
age.
think you're as young as you feel, and part of that adventuresome,
Yeah.
part, and I just love living life, and but it's like the model is pretty old, it's I'm living with the effects of all that, so
Instead of old, you say classic.
it
working
is.
as a nurse, I've come across people who are in their 90s who are actually pretty young, and I've come
Mm.
across people in their 60s who are old. It's
Mhm.
it's not the number of times around the sun by any means. It's some of it's not the age, it's the mileage, and then others is how is the maintenance? Like what have you been
Oh.
doing for yourself to be here, showing up? Genetics, yes, that features in too, but a lot of it is, how do you expect your life to be, and how do you think you are? Because I don't know about you, but me, I haven't changed since I was about 18. I've kind of gotten a little more mature in some areas, others not. You know,
Yeah.
my age didn't change, just the number of trips around the sun.
So, Paul, I want to dive just a little bit deeper. We did talk about daily moments, daily habits that we can get into. That's been a minor theme. So, I want to ask you, you said something about making the bed every day, right? So, if we can think of those type of little things, what is something that you like to do or that we could do as listeners that is just something small that we can do every day to help us fill our cup?
One of the things that I made a daily commitment here just a year ago is I decided to go live every day online. And I was trying to think, how can I do this in a way that I'll be committed to it, but also I can like pour myself into it. So that's when I created this group, Publish, Speak, and Prosper.com. And I actually started with a 31-day challenge where I went on for just like 5 minutes a day. And I would share the number one secret or the tip that helped me to become a best-selling author. And so it ended up that I've compiled like a thing that I use in my group to help people. And I actually offer it for free. It's anybody that's a part of the group gets access to that. But the thing it helped me to do is to be able to connect with people, but it also helped me to articulate and share the things that kind of meant, a lot to me. Like one of the things that helped me a lot is to write my stories. I actually went on 5 minutes a day and I did a podcast just to myself. I was the only listener. And I would record just a voice memo, an MP3, and I would load it onto YouTube, have it transcribed. And then I had the workings of a story to build into something that I could put in my book. And to me, that was gold. It was like, like a 49er, mining for gold and finding your voice and discovering and developing your voice is like huge. And if you can do that every day, if you can go online, if you can go live, then it is like super, super powerful. And if you want to be able to create a Facebook group, whether it's private or public, then, I love helping people do that. And I don't even charge for it. I do it inside of my group because to me, when you have like your people and then you can pour into them, not necessarily to like constantly sell them stuff because that's gets so old. But when you're sharing, like, the fact that, like on my book tours, when I go, I actually share, where I go, what I do. And that's kind of my intimate group instead of like putting it all over my personal profile because, your friends and your high school classmates, they go, who do you think you are? Or can I be honest with you? And I just found like, you know what? I don't even want to know. I just want to relate to my author and speaker friends, that kind of get this part of the industry. So that's kind of what I would share.
Mm. So, Paul, we have about 5 minutes left. I want to make sure that we know where to find you. So, what is your favorite way of communicating with people?
Well, if you just take my name, paulnewstrom.com, you can get there. And if you put my middle initial of paultnewstrom.com, then you'll go to my kind of my speaker profile where you can book me on stage. But I'm all over social media. There's only a couple Paul Newstroms in the world. But the thing is that more important to me is the connection point is because the people that I really connect with, those 12 to 15 people that I work with, they have my cell phone number. And so to me, there's no better way to like text or call, or to me that's the way we used to do it in the olden days. So that's the way I like to do it now.
No, don't make us pick up a phone.
Oh no,
It's just like this.
fine.
I know.
It's just like this.
No, I know. I actually used to be on the phone a lot growing up, and now it just moved from the phone to video calls. So it's not like that changed. Text
It
me on my
is.
phone because I'm usually busy, but then video call with me all the time.
So one of my popular places that I like to connect with is LinkedIn. and I have about 5,500 followers that are really kind of like dialed into marketing. And I find that that's a really great community to be involved in. And then I have two profiles on Facebook, and one is kind of more personal friends of like 3,000 followers. And then the other is kind of like people that are just followers as a, what do they call that? Public figure. And it's got like 14,000 followers. But I find that Instagram, I love Instagram, but I just have a few followers, like 300 or so. But I love the creative aspects of Instagram. And I'm just kind of putting my foot in the water with TikTok. I'm a little nervous about all the like quote unquote, eyes that are on you from foreign lands, if you know what I mean. But
Oh,
it's fun, connecting with people and meeting people really from all over the world. And the connections that we have and the interests, that it seems like we're going in a common direction. And to me, it's so much better than going it alone. Because I'll tell you, when you feel isolated and lonely and you're just kind of like stuck in life, then there's no better thing to get into momentum than to do it with somebody else.
aw. So, Paul, I just want to take the last couple minutes that we have and create some space to just have you say what you need to say. So, if there's something that you needed people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
It would be simply that if it's something that you've desired to be able to maybe travel the world and to speak on stage, to be able to put your memories and your stories into book form, then there's no more powerful way than to do it than becoming a best-selling author and like a keynote speaker or TED Talk speaker. And the thing is that it's not as hard as you might think. And to me, when I started this process just, 4 years ago, is I thought, this is like a Mount Everest. And it's going to be something that, I'm going to, it seemed like insurmountable. But I found that there's just like little steps I could take that weren't that hard and they're fun. And that's what I love sharing inside of my group, Publish, Speak, and Prosper.com. And also, I'm looking for influencers where I'm going to interview 25 to 30 kind of people that are really dialed in with publishing, speaking, and being a prosperous entrepreneur, to where we have a summit that's for 5 days and we'll feature five influencers a day, and where we just do like a 45-minute to an hour long interview of what you're all about. There's no charge for the event as an influencer. We don't ask you to like share it with your community. We don't ask you if you have like X amount of followers. We're just looking for the people that are sharing great content and that can really help people, because the whole effort behind this thing is not sales related, but it's more the effect of transformation in people's lives.
Aw, that all sounds great. So after this, expect an invoice for $10 million for this interview.
Hey, all right.
No,
I'll pay you in heaven, okay?
awesome. I do want to say that I do really appreciate you being here last minute, for being up for doing things without really any explanation. There was a couple notes back and forth, but look at you taking action. I just want to celebrate that. So awesome. Thank you so
All
much,
right.
Paul.
It's been a
Lovely to meet
pleasure.
you.
Thanks so much. It's good to meet you too, Michaela.
Bye,
Yeah.
Paul. So our next guest is behind the scenes. Thumbs up whenever you're ready, and then we'll bring you up. Awesome. Okay, I'm just going to start by saying that I need to stretch because my body is twitching.
Right.
Oh my God. I'm just
Been
sitting
sitting
here.
here a
I've been
while.
sitting there a little while, hey?
Just a little. Let's see.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4 interviews. You were
Oh
my
my
fifth.
goodness.
And then we have a sixth one, all in a row, all 45 minutes.
Yeah, I can imagine your body needs a little break.
We're just going to stretch. Everybody stretch.
Yep. Yep.
Oh,
I'll do it with you. Yeah.
Take it off like Taylor says. Okay. Also, just so you know, is it Alana or Alana?
Alana.
Alana? Okay.
Yeah.
So, Alana, we started our day off with a little bit of chaos, to the point where I have ringing in my ears now, which means that's
Oh
something I need.
no.
No. Usually it's like the universe saying I need to pay attention to something.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out later. Talk to me in like a couple hours. So we started the day off with like my ring light and my phone and our first guest on Messenger.
It was interesting. She pieced it together beautifully. I gotta
That's
say,
amazingly
that was an
tech
example.
savvy.
My
Make it work on
microphone
the
was
fly.
attached to this in front of the. It was interesting. So we're going to do what Heidi says and say that flexibility is fun. And I also like to share with people that it's never perfect. Things always happen. And just as we said with Paul, like he was a last minute interview.
Yeah.
So I'm grateful for the space. I'm grateful for the type of people, right, that we attract. And I'm grateful for you being here with us too.
And I and others are grateful for you to hold this space. And it actually, the piece about flexibility dovetails really nicely into my calling, my purpose, and what I'm here to talk about.
Good. Don't tell us yet. Because
I won't.
Laura has her question.
Foreshadowing.
Laura has her question.
Foreshadow. I have this intro question specifically to shake people up because I don't want your pre-programmed responses. I don't want your elevator pitch. I don't want all the things you've memorized. I want to get to know Alana. I want to know you as a human being because you were not a set of skills for me to use. You were a human being that I need to create a relationship with. So I do this question so that we get the humanity part as a part of your message and your business, because I just feel it's so important. So here's the question. Are you ready? You're ready. Okay. If you could have other people describe you in 3 words, what would you love those 3 words to be? She's like, I feel the shake now.
Joyful.
Ooh.
Compassionate. And attuned.
Ooh, I like that last one. That's a new one. I don't think I've ever gotten that one. But yet compassionate has been, okay, 1,
Everybody
2.
says that one.
Yeah.
That's basically 3, 4. Yeah. So 4 out of 5 of you today.
That's kind of part of the space, right? Is the compassionate thing. So
yeah.
But I like to see the patterns because every day seems to have a theme. But then the seemingly simple question tells me so much about who you are before you ever tell me anything about who you are.
I can appreciate that for sure.
It's like I get to know your values. I get to know how you show up in the world, how you want other people to view you, and so what matters to you and how you relate to them. And sometimes, depending on the words people use, it's different every time. Sometimes I can tell what your message is going to be before you tell me your message. That one's a little more rare.
My answers are definitely woven into my message. It's my core, my soul's essence. Yeah.
They always are. So then you said joyful, compassionate, and attuned. So now tell us, like, what is your message that you're here to share with people? And how do these words, joyful, compassionate, and attuned, how do they weave themselves into that?
And again, it's not elevator pitch. I'm not an elevator pitch kind of person. I'm very like organic, kind of whatever comes up. But it does weave nicely into what you were sharing about flexibility and, adaptability. And sometimes things just don't go right. And so this is my message, is how to be with all, how to be with the ups and the downs and to find our center, to reconnect with heart, body, and soul. And so what I mean by that is reconnecting with our emotions, reconnecting with our sensations, and reconnecting with intuition, because that's how soul speaks. So the languages of our heart, body, and soul, and reconnecting with them. And so many have lived a life disconnected, and that was certainly my story. Right?
Everybody raise their hands.
You're too sensitive. Oh, don't feel sad about that. So many people get that, right? And so conditioned to disconnect from emotions, or we have a sensation in our body and, I don't want to feel that thing. I don't like that thing. What does that thing mean? And so disconnect from sensation, right? And intuition, like that's woo-woo. That's not scientifically, right? There's no evidence for that. So cut that off. So that was certainly my life's backstory of being disconnected. and just living in my head. And anyways, I'll just pause here for a sec, because the next step is into my catalyzing awakening story.
yeah.
Of how I became reconnected.
So
But
then,
I'll pause. You might have
yeah.
some questions.
No, disconnection and rejection. So I teach people about emotions, and
Yeah.
I do that through the way that they want to share their message. So they do storytelling, and then they're like, how do I tell my story in a way that really connects? When I'm multi-passionate and I know all of these different things, like all of us. And I talk about emotional thread. So what's the emotional thread that ties all of your stories together, so that that's the one piece that you need to share versus the 50 things you've learned?
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah.
So my story is like, the core of it is rejection and disconnection. So when you said that, like, my whole body is like, yes, that's exactly us.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah.
It all sucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how did you get disconnected? It's like, show me, I'll show you.
You know why I laugh in a moment, because it's quite like, universe just had to really make it obvious. Yeah. So I lived my life disconnected, like we talked about, from emotions, because they weren't, accepted in my family or society or whatever, right? There's backstory there, but I won't go into all the backstories. But so I was disconnected from my emotions. I was disconnected from sensations, because I was having a lot of sensations in body that I was told either weren't happening, or they were poorly understood. And so therefore not happening. Like the medical community couldn't really understand what was happening in my body. And so I was told that, well, it's just not happening, or it's, there's nothing to it. It doesn't mean anything. And so then I also conditioned to disconnect from my body. And then I had many, how shall we say, intuitive premonitions, sixth sense abilities as a child. I had a near-death experience, but that wasn't something that I could talk about, right?
Yeah, I have like several.
Yeah. Wow. Hey. I don't know about you. So I definitely didn't have that like environment where I could talk about, process what just happened there. Yeah. Yeah. And so all these like knowings, I became disconnected throughout my life. And then I just lived my life, that conditioned life, how I thought I was supposed to live my life. And I did all the things. Professionally speaking, I became a registered nurse. And then pivoted, right? And became a psychotherapist. I was starting to get a little bit more in tune with my intuition, and my intuition was guiding me out of the nursing profession and into psychotherapy. And then, all the way throughout, so this is like, a few decades into my life, my body was whispering, turn up the volume, screaming, and I was getting diagnostic label after diagnostic label after diagnostic label. And then in adulthood, after my son was born and I was seeing some interesting things in his body, and I put on my nursing hat and I'm like, what's going on with him? Trying to understand what was happening with him. And then I was like, oh, wait a sec. Whatever's happening with him is happening with me. And I've just been ignoring it for 30 plus years. Yeah. And so, long story short, he and I were both diagnosed with much advocacy. He and I were both diagnosed with a rare genetic condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome.
Oh my God. I have EDS.
I told you, like, I knew, okay, right before you started with the whole chronic thing, and like my eyes went weird.
Yeah.
It's because the universe was like, you need to shut up right now. All the train of thoughts in your mind, you need to shut it down and listen. And I'm like, listen for what? And then all of that.
And I was listening to your story, and I'm like, you weren't looking, but I'm kind of doing this because I'm waiting for you to get to the EDS.
Yeah.
Hello, fellow zebra.
So, disorder of connection.
Woo!
Right?
So
that's pretty wild. That's pretty
wild. And so I was just primed in my life. It was just at this time that I was primed to receive this message at a deeper level than, oh, the collagen in my DNA is different and therefore it's my joints and my skin. No, I took that message. I was diagnosed, and then shortly afterwards, my dad died. And leading into his death, he was a pretty enigmatic man. I didn't know him very well, but leading into his death, he shared with me, life is for living. And even now when I repeat it. And so that coupled with my diagnosis, I was like, am I living? Am I living my life? My life? Who the hell am I?
Yeah.
Right? And so that sent me down this deep, dark spiral, some known as Dark Night of the Soul. And I just, like, my whole ego identity, the self that I had constructed over a few decades collapsed, right? Just like, I don't know who I am anymore. This person I thought I was, this life I thought I was going to have, it's all up in the air. That veil of certainty, like, lifted. And I just didn't know how I was going to continue living my life as it was, because it wasn't fully my life. And that's not to say there were parts of it that were my life. There were, but there were also lots of parts that I was like, who I had to be life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm imagining you can both relate.
It's amazing when you get the diagnosis, though, and you realize for certainty that, okay, so all those things that were in my head and that weren't really happening, etc., etc., all of those actually fit under that umbrella. And it's not me, it's you people who didn't diagnose, right?
Yeah.
And I have a twist on the rare condition thing, and I say it's rarely diagnosed because, I mean, there's three of us, right?
Yeah.
So, and it's familial, so, you know, or often it's familial. So I don't know that it's as rare as they want to palm off on us, but I think it's a great way of framing it so that they don't have to sort of get involved, right? Because it's rare. So
yeah, and I'm not formally diagnosed.
Sorry?
I said I'm not formally diagnosed.
It's hard with HEDS, though, to get that formal diagnosis.
That and living in Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I mean,
right. I mean, and we all know, isn't this amazing that we all have this experience? And we all know that it's, you know, medical system, and having worked in it I was a nurse for 16 years, so I know the medical system quite well. The medical system is not very well designed for chronic conditions, nor is it designed, and I say this with love, for healthcare professionals, having been one, and, you know, friends with many. It's not really designed for the ego mind, the human ego that wants to fix.
Yeah.
You know, and so with chronic conditions, they're not necessarily fixed, not in the same way as acute conditions. And so often care providers become quite frustrated and feel like, well, helpless, you know, and so that because they can't fix someone with a chronic condition. And so then we put their hands up, like, well, there's nothing I can do, or, you know, and then put it back on the person of, well, it's all in your head, or it's all because of their own distress of not being able to fix the thing.
Yep.
I digress a bit. That's not totally about my story, but but that experience of being disbelieved and disconnected in my body, that's absolutely part of my story. And so when I was given this diagnosis, at first I felt vindicated, right? Like, I knew it.
Right.
I knew it. There is something going on, right? All the weird and wonderful accidents, injuries, illnesses I had growing up all started to make sense. The dots connected, right?
Yep.
Because EDS is not a diagnosis in exclusion, right? Like, we know it comes with all sorts of other things, with the immune system and with the blood, everything, right?
Yep.
So it was vindicating, and then the grief. Like, what the hell does this mean for my life? Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah, right?
Like April, before I asked for help, I couldn't walk all of April.
Oh, gosh.
It got so bad. God. And then that's when I finally reached out to doctors.
Yeah.
And then the first medical person I saw, he was like, you probably have fibromyalgia.
Yeah.
And then the next person was like, well, you probably have fibromyalgia, EDS, POTS, SIBO, IBS. Like, so
Yeah.
many things I didn't even know what they were at the time.
Yeah.
But I also didn't know that both fibromyalgia and EDS have all of these other
Yeah.
they call them comorbid whatever. Can't say the word.
Comorbidities. Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But somebody else called them co-conditions, and I liked that word better because then it makes me feel like I'm not going
Mhm.
to die. Yeah.
There is
Yeah.
a fabulous group on Facebook, the Ehlers-Danlos support group, and if you're not in them,
Yeah.
I'm in the
be in
Canada
them,
one. I'm
because
also in the
Yeah.
Atlantic Canada one.
okay,
Yeah.
because they're fabulous support. And what I often do when something new comes up is I go straight to the group and say, "Yo,
Yes.
Yeah.
anybody else with this?" You know, when I had my wisdom tooth break while I was eating, I think, scrambled egg, I asked, "Anybody else have teeth break?" And
Mhm.
within 2 hours, I had like 150 or so comments of
Yeah.
how people have either lost or broken teeth. So
Yep.
it's
It's a steak.
yeah,
It's
it's
just a
Right.
fat,
thing,
but yeah.
right? But you
Yeah.
don't know because there's so many aspects to EDS
Yeah.
that it's like now at least there's a resource to go to, and the doctors typically don't know. Like mine says, "Well, you do the research and give it to me when you find it." So
Yeah.
that's kind of how ours
Mhm.
goes. Is I hand him the information, he doesn't have it.
Yeah, and these patient groups are amazing for that. And I don't love the word patient, but yeah, these community groups are great for that because we do become the experts. And this is, so I work as a psychotherapist mostly with people with chronic illness, many of them with EDS, career EDS, and I remind them that they are the experts of their own bodies.
Yes.
Absolutely, because I mean, and I say this as a former nurse. I know what training I got in EDS, none,
Same.
right? Right. So, and we live in our bodies every day, and we don't need a medical degree to say, I have this sensation in my body when this happened. Like, right, we know our bodies. And so, we've been societally conditioned to outsource the wisdom of our bodies to someone in a white coat with lots of letters after their name, right? And so we've become so disempowered as humans to actually care for ourselves. And I'm not degrading the medical degrees and the years of education. Yes, of course there's value there, and it has its limitations. And the physician doesn't live in their patient's body in the way that they do. Yeah.
They're also looking at things from a very time limited frame, right? Like I have
Yeah.
9 minutes. Could you get through your list a bit quicker? And
Right.
they're just not. They're just looking for. I think it speaks to what you were saying earlier. They're looking for the piece they can fix, and if it's not easily fixable, then like I have mast cell activation syndrome as part of mine, and I went for months with hives every time I ate food, and it didn't matter what the food was. And my doctor gave me like 2 rounds of steroids and then said, "Okay, I'm out. I don't know what else to do. Go deal with it." And so I'm like covered in hives and I can't eat anything. And I'm basically getting, well, I've done what I can do. Off you go. And that's where we're at. And it's such a tough space to be in.
It
In this
really
day and
is.
age, especially, because you're advertised to all the time. We have a cure for this. Don't worry about it. We have the little pill with the big stories to tell. We have, and you all know what that one is, right? Just from the tagline. So, and yet for us, there's like,
yeah, I believe societally we've become overly reliant on medical system and specifically pharmaceuticals, and they have their time and their place, and we have tremendous capacity to self-heal that is not necessarily in mainstream narratives. And this is where I went, with my diagnosis is like, oh my gosh, how am I living my life disconnected? And so I did that deep dive soul excavation, like, oh, I'm disconnected from my feelings. I'm disconnected from my sensations. I'm disconnected from that intuitive knowing that I've had my whole life. We all do as humans, right? And so I dove deep into ancestral, intergenerational trauma and epigenetics, and Bruce Lipton's work really like saved my life in many ways, in that there's hope here. And Western medicine does not have all the answers, and in fact sometimes the answers they provide create further beliefs of limitation. You know, when we're given a label, yeah, I felt that initial relief and that vindication for sure. But then I was like, oh, so this is a life sentence? You know, this is it? And I mean, I've been given so many laundry list of labels, and yes, they served a purpose at a time. I don't identify them with them anymore. I don't, you know, our words are so powerful. I'm sure we all know this. Our words are so powerful. And I'm very careful in the words I choose and how I speak about having this diagnosis. I keep it at an arm's length, although I did have it tattooed on my body when I was first, so I got a zebra tattoo,
Yeah.
right?
Out there
Right?
you go.
Because that was the like, but now I'm like, I mean, I like zebras, so that's okay. But I don't identify with that diagnosis as much anymore. The sensations I experience in my body, I don't even call them symptoms, because even that creates a fear response in the brain, right? When we say something is a symptom, then means it's inherently wrong, it's inherently scary, and then what happens in our nervous system is we get sympathetically activated, right? We get sympathetically activated, and that inhibits our ability to heal. So now when I have a message in my body, rather than pathologizing it and labeling it and then being scared of it and then numbing it with a drug, I turn towards it and I say, oh, okay, throbbing in my hip. What are you telling me?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't want
Right.
to move forward. I'm scared to take the next step. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much wisdom. Our body holds so much wisdom. And, you know, we have been conditioned to fear when something's going wrong rather than leaning into the message of wrongness. And I'm going to air quote wrong all the time, because there's nothing wrong. And even when I talk about, you know, EDS, you know, and the collagen, I don't say it's wrong or faulty. It's different.
Yeah.
It's just different at the DNA level, right? It's different. And, you know, so talking about flexibility, right? I mean, yeah, right? Our
We would
bodies,
be in the place, right?
right? Yeah. Yeah.
This is
I mean,
this.
oh yeah,
Like,
right? Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, those were all my party tricks, and I don't do them anymore because I know they
Yep.
cause strain in my body. But like they, yeah, is it faulty? Is it, you know, wrong? Not necessarily. It's just different, right? And so I just need to pay attention to my body a little bit differently than someone with a different DNA mapping of collagen, right? Yeah. Yeah.
I have to show this
Yeah.
one because it's funny. So I never knew that this, sorry, it's hard to do sideways. This
Yeah.
is a sign of EDS. And I'm like, I used to blow bubbles, like dip my hands and then go,
Right.
thinking everybody could do that. And
Yeah.
apparently not. I was like, oh.
Well,
Okay.
there's all kinds of things that's why I like to go to the group to find out.
Yeah.
So this thing is this like,
Yeah.
does this belong over here?
Yeah.
It's more, for me, it's more of a
Yeah.
curiosity than
Yeah.
a now I'm going to label it wrong. It's just like,
Right.
am I cool? Like, is this where it is? Okay,
Yeah.
then I don't need to worry about it because it's part of this umbrella. So it actually, to me, if I know a thing's coming and it's common to EDS, then I'm like, oh, okay, then I'm not going to start scrambling to look to fix it per se. I'm just going to deal with it myself.
Sure.
Yeah.
Totally appreciate that. Yeah.
Go to the doctor with it because it's like,
Yeah.
it's in this category, so it'll sort itself out. Like, you know.
So I know that we kind of took the EDS route, but I want to kind of just bring it back a little to your core message of the disconnection. So I love that we all share this experience, and so we have a higher awareness, and we're looking for higher awareness. But Alana, I want to ask you, in your daily life, we're talking daily moments, daily habits, is there something that you like to do to help reconnect with yourself and reconnect with your intuition?
Well, you know, I believe that our body is our portal to our soul. You know, it's the little meat suit we have in this lifetime for our soul to communicate to us, right? And so my daily practice is leaning into the way my body is talking to me, and body is also emotions, right? So it's sensations and emotions. How is my soul communicating to me through this little meat suit, right? And so it is a regular practice that I lean into. Oh, what's that sensation? Oh, what could that be telling me? That emotion, what could that be telling me? To connect with my intuition, I'll often like physically place my hand on my chest and feel the beat of my heart under my fingers.
Yeah.
Visualize my heart in my chest cavity, and then open my heart space by thinking of someone, something that I really love. Yeah. And so it's my children. It's always my children are my go-to to open my heart space. And so I feel my heart beating under my fingers. I visualize my heart in my chest cavity. And then I think of my children. I can feel that openness. I can feel that energetic opening. And that's when I know intuition is flowing. Like that's when I know the highway for intuition is clear, right? Like I can just get right into intuition. And so if I'm struggling with, a very human kind of like heady, like, oh, what do I do? Do I do this? Do I do that? Like kind of decision making. I'll physically feel my heart, visualize my heart, open my heart space, and then the answer comes. Because intuition is so much faster than logic. But collectively, we have been pretty conditioned to disconnect from the woo-woo stuff, to disconnect from our intuition, to outsource and go to people in white coats that tell us, yeah, or to go to, oh, what do I do? Like to outsource our wisdom in so many ways rather than turning into ourselves and asking self, because we have all our own answers, And so intuition really works so much faster than logic. But collectively, when we're disconnecting from intuition, it seems like logic comes faster. Well, because it does, because the intuition connection is kind of numb. So that's a practice of mine to like really get back into my intuition.
I love that. One of the practices I've been doing lately, because I'm recognizing that I'm in a functional freeze state. It's like I want to just sit and meditate or read, and I'm like, everything is me not moving.
Yeah.
Which, with the pain and the physical issues, is a bad thing. Like I'm twitching a little, if you haven't noticed, because my nervous system is like, we need to move. After I will move after.
Your body is so wise. It's true, because we do. Because often what happens, is we're sympathetically activated, right? That fight, flight, freeze response. And societally, like we're being sympathetically activated all the time. And then living with, shall we say pain or whatever sensations in the body that are, less than pleasant. We're sympathetically activated. And so when we're sympathetically activated, we need to complete that cycle, right? Mm-hmm. And so often people with chronic illness are told by medical communities, don't move, stay still, bed rest. But it's actually one of the worst things we can do, because we have that sympathetic charge because of something happening in our body, or our own critical thoughts will get us sympathetically activated. And then we need to clear that cycle, right? Or else that sympathetic energy is trapped in our body. And when that happens, it causes inflammation and causes disease. So we need to move that energy and then soothe. We need to complete that sympathetic cycle before we get into parasympathetic reparative state. Yeah, I get so jazzed up about nervous system stuff because it's been so like, critical in my healing journey and the clients that I guide. Yeah.
I like the move then soothe. That's nice.
Move then soothe.
Somebody type it in the chat.
Right?
When you watch this video, put it in the comments. Every single one of you. Move then soothe.
Move then soothe. Yeah.
One of the only things that has helped me over the years, because I would sit because I'm sore, right? Yeah. And then you try to relax and make it go away. And then when I did exercise, I would overwork because of, as we talked about earlier, proprioception, not knowing where my joints are, how far I could go, all of that. So then I would hurt myself, and then I would be forced to not move to heal from that movement. And it was just this nasty cycle that got worse and worse and worse. Hence April not being able to walk. Right?
Totally.
But one of the things that I found that has worked over the years is, I know you ladies know this, but for those in the audience, it's called TRE, or trauma reducing exercises.
Yeah.
Where basically you're working your muscles lightly, but in a way that allows your muscles to start letting go of that energy that's stored within them. So then I look like I'm flopping like a fish on the floor. But it has been one of the most helpful things since my bicycle.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then I've been learning about somatic exercises too, and I didn't realize that that was a part of those. because exercise has always hurt me. Like, I loved it
Mhm.
younger when I was more
Mhm.
resilient, but now that I'm not,
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to find those ways where I want to move my body instead
Yeah.
of seeing exercise as
Yeah.
a self-rejection or punishment.
Yes. Bingo, right? And
Yeah.
so, yes, we haven't really quite touched on the mind experience or the thought, yeah, the emotional experience of, so often people with, chronic illness diagnoses are of that type A personality, right? The pushers, the high achievers, the go, right? And so this is also something that's worthy of exploration, is like looking at attachment style, you know, big trauma, big T trauma, little T trauma, attachment trauma, all that stuff, right? Because, often high achieving people pleasers are the ones who get around. Yeah. Yeah. Because, exploring like what is motivating me to like do all these things, to push myself to the state of burnout. Well, it's the approval of others, right? Oh, why am I breaking my neck, maybe even literally, for the approval of others? Well, because as a child, if I didn't get the A, I wasn't recognized, I wasn't acknowledged in the way that I needed. Not saying my parents were terrible, right? But I wasn't recognized, and so I pushed. This is a bit of a hypothetical woven in with my real experience, but so I pushed and pushed and pushed, right, to get that recognition, and so then that child learns that to be worthy of love and attachment, they have to push themselves, right? And so, yes, how all these weave together, how our attachment style and, attachment, often trauma, weaves into the body and our experience of body, and how they often morph into diagnostic labels.
Yeah. I've been reading my old diary lately just because there's this window of 5 or 6 years that I don't really remember a whole lot. And I know
Yeah.
that some things happened, and that's why I can't remember, but
Yeah.
I know that I need to remember. So I've been reading through
Yeah.
my diary, hoping that something will trigger something nice.
Yeah.
And I realized that there's a pattern in my sporadic diary note taking that I never felt listened to. I was
Oh,
trying to share something and people wouldn't notice, or I would
yeah.
say something and people wouldn't listen.
Yeah.
Right? It's just that constant. And then I'm
Yeah.
like, I didn't realize, since we talked about
Yeah.
rejection, I didn't realize that my rejection story started that early.
Yeah.
I thought it started in grade 9 when all of my girlfriends rejected me. The guy I had a crush on for 6 years, he publicly rejected me. My brother left. I went into high school, and so my whole identity shifted. Like,
Yeah.
just all of that happened at once, and
Yeah.
I thought that was my origin story.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out it's well before that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
interesting, because my thing
Yeah.
too is not being seen and not being heard,
Yeah.
and that was from
Yeah.
toddlerhood. Like that was
Yeah.
very young, which is why I started learning all about people's behavior and being able
Yeah.
to read behavior before I could ever read
Mm-hmm.
a written word, because
Yeah.
I did
Mm-hmm.
that. But I also
Mm-hmm.
always felt, I was just doing work on this yesterday, that not seen and
Yeah.
not heard. And I can tell people things
Yeah.
that this is happening and this is coming, and they're like, no, 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 it isn't. And then it happens, and I'm just sort of, but I told you.
Yeah.
and
It's like
and
you're being gaslighted. Yeah.
still comes up. Yes, yes, the gaslighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
It's like
thing.
a therapy session
Absolutely.
for all of us. I love
Yeah.
it.
But it's
Well,
so
and I can
interesting
relate.
that we're all coming up with the same stuff.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
fascinating, because EDS doesn't come from those things, yet we all have those things.
Well, we look at epigenetics and when certain genes turn on and off, and
Yes.
familial patterns. I mean, we have this predominant belief around genetic determinism, and it's like, well, I have this condition because it's in my genes, right? Like,
No,
but
right.
actually, yeah, genes get turned on and off depending on environments. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's true.
so is there a familial environment where people aren't seen and heard, right? And some souls come into this world, a little bit more sensitive to that, right? We can call them HSP, empaths, whatever we want to, label we want to put on. But like, I know for myself, yeah, I was very aware when I wasn't being seen, heard, and understood. And isn't it coincidental that not feeling seen, heard, and understood, and then I develop an invisible chronic illness. It's a chronic illness that's not visible, right? So I can also relate to what you're both sharing around not feeling seen, heard, and understood, being rejected. Yeah, invisible, right? And so when we have that experience of being invisible, we become so vigilant. We really become very attuned to others,
Yes.
right? Almost like, because we have this fear that we're going to be rejected because we've had the experience of being rejected, right? I remember I've done like memories back into my crib at not even a year old, and crying and crying and crying, and no one coming, no one coming, no one coming, right? And it wasn't until I shut up that somebody came. It's like I was being rewarded for being quiet. But so we have these memories of being invisible and the being rejected, and so we really watch for those cues. Am I going to get rejected? Am I going to get rejected? What did that facial expression mean? What did that tone change mean? I've become very sensitive and fearful of rejection. So the gift in that is that you can really read people really well. Right?
And that's what I get
Yeah.
complimented on for the most. It's like complete strangers will walk up to me in the grocery store, at the bus stop, and they'll share their life stories and secrets they've never told anybody. Like it's intense.
Yeah.
I get that too.
Yep.
Yeah. Our gift lies next to our wounds. Like, right? It is, our gifts and our wounds are kind of packaged together. And so can we unwrap them both with love and, gratitude that, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for my journey. I'm grateful for my wounding. I'm grateful for the way I was parented, even if my needs weren't met, because it has also shaped me to be who I am and given me the gifts that I have. And so, it's the wounds are a gift, but I think it's still important to kind of untangle them from each other. So I'm aware: am I operating from wound, or am I operating from gift? Like, am I right? Am I doing this thing for this person because it's a wounded part of me that really wants them to accept me, or is it that gift part where I'm just very caring and compassionate? Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody had made a Facebook post. Sorry, my chair is super squeaky. Somebody made a Facebook post, and it was a quote, something around the lines of, "Don't speak from the wound, speak from the scar." Or don't share from the wound, share from the scar. And somebody was like, well, I'm never going to be 100% healed. And it basically got into this discussion where I shared that the difference wasn't time or healing per se, it was a perception. So the wound is when things are open and things go in and out. The scar is just the way that you see it differently.
Yeah.
So it could be in the moment, just like that. The scar is, I no longer give energy to this.
Yeah.
Just like the idea of forgiveness, right? I'm done seeing this as the chasm or the thing that is sucking me dry.
Yeah.
I'm shifting my perspective over here to move forward, and I just built myself a bridge.
Yeah, I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep.
I just felt like that kind of tied right in here when we're talking about all this crap, and it feels like this big open wound, and some people will shove their fingers in it or pour salt on it. But really, what you're saying with this whole disconnection and getting to know yourself and see yourself and love yourself is to shift that perspective. Is to say, where am I going to focus my energy now? So then, Alana, where do you love to hang out on social media? What is your favorite way of communicating with people?
Social media is pretty new to me. I haven't loved social media, really at all until the last year or so. Facebook, I was just on there for personal. I wasn't really on there for personal, professional, it's all woven in together now anyways. But so I'm most regularly on Instagram. I've been on there for a little less than a year. And that's where I'm sharing like parts of our discussion, sharing, what I've learned on my journey. And I've worked with hundreds of people, with complex chronic illness and otherwise. I'm really niching on people who are experiencing that catalyzing experience in their life where they're down on their knees saying, who the hell am I? You know, their identities just imploded. The self that they believed they were has collapsed, and that can be through a chronic illness diagnosis, that can be through a divorce, death of a loved one, loss of a job. There's so many catalyzing events we can experience in our life that leave us asking, where am I? And so that's the work that I'm really leaning into, is niching down specifically to support those people on their journey. And I don't have their answers. I know they have their answers, you know, in themselves, but I support them with guiding them back into their intuition, back into their body, heart, and soul, because that's where their answers are.
Oh, I love that. So, Alana, I also like to hold space at the end of an interview just to make sure that whatever's on your mind or in your body has a chance to come out. So if there's anything that you just need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
It just landed, so I know that's intuition speaking, so this is what I'm going to go with. That they are not broken. They're not broken. They are breaking open to the truth of who they are.
Okay, we're going to quote you on that. You're not broken, you're breaking open.
Yeah.
If you're watching this live replay, put that in the chat too. Like, we need to remember these quotes. So good.
Yeah. And actually, just out of curiosity, if somebody has EDS and they're watching this, could you put that in the chat too? Because you know, it's just interesting to see that this has come up more than once today already.
Yeah.
And so what are the odds that 3 of us would be here with that? That's remarkable.
Yeah, it's not by accident. We know these things.
Yeah, the synchronicities. Like, Corey's always talking about synchronicities.
Yeah.
This whole day has just been crazy synchronicities.
Wow. Yeah. And so just to add a bit more to that message, because I know often when we've had that catalyzing life event and ego destruction, it feels like death. And there might be associated thoughts of ending one's life, because there is an aspect of self that is dying. Yeah. And so my words to people who are in that dark place is, it's a part of self that's dying, and your real self, your true self is emerging. And so you're breaking open to who you really are, and there is life on the other side of this.
It's like the chrysalis or the egg or whatever it is. Just like, you need to do that inner work. You need to get exhausted in order to be able to come out.
The caterpillar to the butterfly, right? Because when you go into that chrysalis stage, you're basically a pile of goo. And then that goo reassembles to become the butterfly, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
exactly.
Goo is the tough part where you're figuring out, okay, now what do I do? Where do I go?
Yeah.
Who am I? Etc.
Yeah.
And stick with it, because you end up being this amazing butterfly.
Yeah.
Speaking of butterflies, just a few days ago when I was busy digging up my foundation, there was this butterfly that landed on my face, and then it went to my eyebrow and it started licking me. And then it was like, it didn't leave me alone for half an hour. It just, every time I would move, it would flutter, and then it would land probably on my face or shoulders or chest or something. I have a few pictures, and it was such a delight. But I think that was the universe saying, you're ready, you're ready, you're ready, you're ready, you're ready. But like, it's one thing to ask or to want a butterfly to land on your finger, but when you're not even wanting it and it's wanting you, and it lands, like, it was right here.
I saw the pictures.
Like, it's like it was licking my eyebrow because it tickled the whole time. Yeah, it was
That's pretty sweet. Yeah, well, universe is always speaking to us too. So, you know, when we start to open up more to our intuition, we see more signs, you know. We see the many ways that universe is speaking to us and supporting us.
I love that. This has been so much fun. I'm glad it didn't go as planned. I'm glad we took that little bit of a route. And what are the odds of 3 zebras in a room?
Right? And I could feel that you kind of wanted
barely diagnosed.
I could feel that you kind of wanted it to go on track, Laura, and I could also feel that there was no way it was going on track. It was just like, no, we're over here right now.
No, like, that's what I love about this. You just never know where you're going to go. And we talked one time, I'm just going to bring you up, Morgan. Hi. Because you can talk about this too. I can't remember if we were talking to you or you were helping me co-host or something. Maybe it was the same day. it got on the conversation where somebody was talking about marrying themselves.
Mm.
And it felt like something was way off in left field. Was that you?
Mm.
I just needed to hear from you. That's why I brought you up. That wasn't.
That was not me, but that sounds inspirational.
Wow.
Let's all marry ourselves.
Okay. Yeah, it was something like that. And I thought that it was way off in left field, but yet the way that she talked about it, it weaved right in to her message. It was so beautiful.
Beautiful.
Well, Alana, I want to say thank you so much. This has been
Oh yeah.
an absolute delight. Like,
Yeah, thank you.
and I love how we all coordinate.
I know we're all the green
Right?
tie-in. Alana, I was watching you from backstage and
Oh.
kind of tearing up in some
Mm.
parts. And when you mentioned, what was it, our wounds lie close to our gifts.
Yeah.
I had to
Yeah.
write that down. And that's so, that like touches me like
Yeah.
more than you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew
Thank
there was
you.
another
Thank
reason
you
I
for
needed to
sharing.
bring you up stage. I just
Yeah.
didn't know what that was
Yeah.
for.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It's so healing when we start to recognize, well, what our wounding is and the gifts that are right there next to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you're more than
Yeah.
welcome to hang out backstage, Alana, but have fun. I enjoyed every moment of it.
I'm gonna go see my kids. They're just hanging out. They're gonna.
Hi, kids.
Yeah. But thank you so much. It was lovely to connect and enjoy your conversation, Morgan.
Yeah.
Lovely to meet you.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
I figured we'd give the extra couple of minutes because we already started earlier. Thanks for hanging out, Morgan, and adding that last piece of value. I didn't catch that. Can you say that quote again?
Oh gosh. Okay. Our wounds lie close to our gifts.
Yes.
And
Every time
and
I think about taking those steps back, like I picture a catapult just
Yeah.
ready, and all I need to do is let go. But letting go is so hard. And then
You
it's
do
just
it in such
catapult.
an EDS way.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. When I think
I
of
didn't
part of
even
that, it's like,
notice. Here's my thumbs.
yeah,
Wait, this is my better
I
thumb.
can do this.
What?
You do that?
You have EDS?
No, not that I know of. I was looking it up when you ladies were talking about it.
I
But
thought,
like,
what?
see,
Is
only
that not normal?
that's not normal.
I know this isn't normal.
That's I can't. I
Oh,
can
yeah.
do this.
Oh, I love that. My hands are sore, but we can still do it. Rah, rah, rah,
I
rah,
can do a
rah.
puppet show.
It's too funny.
I love how this never this is never a serious show.
No, no. And I got you said I don't know what you said earlier, but I have no pre-programmed pitch. I have not memorized anything. Now, obviously, I have a QR code that we can talk about later, but like I'm just here to just be here and chit chat and learn and talk and laugh and make puppets.
I like how your green like blends into my green.
It does.
True, it does.
Yeah.
It
I have
does.
plants.
You do.
It's like my orange matches your orange.
It's all meant to be.
It is all meant to be. Okay. So we did start our interview earlier, and I'm so grateful to you for being flexible like that. You just never know what's going to happen. So we just go with the flow. But I did ask you my very fun question of the 3 words that you would love other people to use to describe you. So I'm going to remind you, and of course our audience, of what you said.
Okay.
So you said to give me grace, where grace is an acronym, and I did write it down, for growth mindset, resiliency, authenticity, creativity, and educate with D in brackets, or educated. So you want to be described as somebody who gives people grace. Also, you want to be described as caring and open, with the energy of like going with the flow, that kind of open.
Yeah.
Can you remind us, like, why are those important to you? Why can't I just call you compassionate like everybody else?
No, I think I've kind of grown up in like a life where, children should be seen and not heard, not necessarily from my parents, but from society as a whole. And as a result, I've like worn all these masks all my life. I've been called this chameleon kid by therapists and practitioners, or I could just like blend in any situation. And I've gotten feedback along the years that I had like this resting bitch face. And I know. Well, I've worked really hard though. I'm a recovering RBS, RBF, whatever. Yeah. But you know, at the heart of all that, there is this caring individual that really wants to connect with all my being to other people. And for so, so long, I felt like I wasn't able to. Like, I'm getting all teary-eyed. You know, this is not a good way to start an interview. I'm like,
No, actually, it's a wonderful way to start an interview. You get people to connect right at the very beginning.
yeah,
Have
yeah.
you seen these interviews?
Yeah, right. Oh, I have. So here I am doing my contribution. I should have brought some
Okay.
tissues. But connection is so important to me, and it's something that I felt not necessarily robbed of, but just not just out of reach. And so it's really, you know, being caring and open is more of a challenge to me to not be so habitual with my isolation and, you know, been leaning back in situations and having those masks that I've learned to wear over the years, but rather to engage with others and help to pull other people into, because I know I'm not the only one that feels this way.
No,
I know I'm not.
no.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to cry too. No, it's okay. No, I'm trying not to cry because it makes me think of my relationship with friends. I mentioned the rejection of all my girlfriends in grade 9. I've struggled with close relationships with females ever since. Most of my friends have been guys. And
Me
then
too.
that
Oh,
is
and then that goes a whole other
problem,
direction.
which was the last time I almost died, actually, was because of something that had happened with an ex-best friend.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like on both sides. And so then there's this resistance for connection because it ended in pain, but at the same time, this deep-seated desire for connection.
Yeah.
So that I feel seen and feel like a human being.
Yeah.
How I'm going to kind of impart slightly on you because I don't know your whole story. Like, how do you walk that line of being afraid of connecting, but yet desiring connection?
Yeah, I think that's where the resiliency comes in, you know, and just for me, there's a choice you make every day. And it's, you know, do you choose to stay backstage in your life, or do you choose to put yourself out there? And yeah, there is always a risk for putting yourself out there. Actually remember when I spoke at Columbia with Blue Talks and Corey and the whole group, like I totally bombed it in the middle of my talk, you know, and then I had to stay present and say, what am I choosing in this moment in my mind? Am I choosing to move forward and continue to connect with these individuals that are here listening to me talk? Or am I going to choose to retreat based off of what I've learned over my life, to retreat, to run, to go hide? So for me, it's an active choice every day, despite the risk. And I've just found that, you know, so much reward in just continuing to put yourself out there, and maybe you'll connect with someone and maybe you won't, and maybe they'll be your good friend and maybe they won't. And that's okay. And again, like that flexibility is fun, just going with it.
Flexibility is fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't quite do that.
Like you can tell which hand is more sore than the other.
Yes. Yes.
If they're both sore, I can hardly grab things. This is hard to hold.
Mm.
But if I'm sore and I'm still able to do 90, like you can see.
You can see the stopping there. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
But as Alana said, don't keep doing that. It's not good for your body. That's why I'm not joining in. I'm like, oh, I could do.
It's
But
actually, it's like it feels good when I stretch it out because then I can move them again. But I know, okay, so whole other conversation. But like, let's bring that into this. Like, if you're trying to connect with people, taking that action that makes you feel more connected feels good.
It does.
So that it makes you want to do it more. And sometimes when you connect, it's not always good. But we have to, I think it was a couple interviews ago, we have to focus on the things that we feel are going to move us forward, that we want to focus on versus the thing that is so easy to focus on, like the fear.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right.
So what is, I like, one of my mentors said, you know, you always want to have like a present or a future focus. Don't have this past focus that kind of gets you rooted in the past and potentially in that victim mindset and thinking smaller, fixed versus growth. So how can you change your inner narrative to be more present or future focused? Where am I today? Where do I want to be?
I have an analogy for that, so I hope you both play with me for this one. So I like to imagine a Google map search. How if I told you, okay, I need directions to get from here to Paris, you can't give me directions because you don't know where I am. So then the idea here is our past is just the point on the map of where we are. Like, let's say I tell you my house, but I don't need to tell you the color of my house, the square footage of my house, how many people live in my house, what their names are, where they go to school. That stuff doesn't matter for Google Maps.
Mm-mm.
So in our lives, like when we think of our past, think of it as just a marker. What is it that I need to know to get from here to here for what it is that I'm focused on? Everything else around that doesn't matter in this.
Yeah.
So let it go.
Yeah,
Is
absolutely.
that helpful?
It's super helpful. I think of, like resiliency. I've done a lot of research and study, on resiliency. And what I found is that there's this saying of resiliency is it's bouncing back. And I really, but think about it. Is it bouncing back? Because can you ever go back to the way things were before a big change in your life?
Yeah.
Or is it more about evolving forward?
I like the evolving. Yeah. It's
tripping
evolving.
up the stairs instead of falling.
Right, there you go.
You hear that with people in sort of where they are in health and fitness, right? They'll say, I want to get back to when I weighed X, or I want to get back to the fitness level I had when I was 20 or 25. But you're not the same person now you were then. So you can't get back to that. But you can obtain a level that would be currently comparable to what was there then. But what I mean is, if you were an 8 out of 10 in your fitness at the age of 20, you can be an 8 out of 10 now, not for a 20-year-old. Right. So I think that speaks to what you were saying about the bouncing back versus evolving, right? Because you're right, we can't go back. That's done, been there, gone. It's a point on the Google map.
It is the Google map of the past. Yes, until we get a time machine, can't go back there.
Yeah. So then, how would you help us define resiliency?
I like to think of resiliency like there's 3 points. There's like a triangle there, and there's this whole concept of self-awareness, right? Our emotions, our strengths, our triggers. Are you making a triangle? All right. So
I'm a visual person, so here we go.
I love that. So the top, there's self-awareness, because it all begins from within, I like to say. So you have your strengths, and then what triggers you and how you manage that psychologically. Yeah. And then you have mindset, which is your perspective. And are you seeing opportunities through challenges? And then there's that connection piece, because we can't really do it all on our own. So who's there to help support you? Who's your square, your circle friend group? Who can help you adapt to and evolve through all these changes you're going through, and help you be resilient out on that other end and that new normal, Yeah.
So then when we take away one of those things, what happens is
it kind of falls flat. It does.
This is why I love visuals.
Nicely done.
It does.
Add that back in with a little bit of help and support to move it back up and build that. That's why we have to build the resiliency, or build up connection. Or sorry, what was the third thing you said?
There's self-awareness and mindset and connection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Like, we just got to spread it out and hook it up, and then see how the pens are kind of doing this.
They do.
We need something like my hands to like solidify those connections.
Absolutely.
Habits and stuff commit. See?
Absolutely. And I think mindset's a big part of it too, because that mindset, that pen there, that's going to falter a lot, just depending on the day and how much we're going through. I read some research somewhere that, a human can only really navigate successfully 5 changes at one time. And so, like, think of all the little changes that we're being affected with right now. What if one of your pets just recently passed away, or you got a new puppy? It doesn't have to be a bad change. So that's one. Kids are going back to school. Yeah, kids are going back to school. What'd you say, Laura? What was your change?
I said my basement was leaking.
All right, so that's number 3. And then
that's why my body's all shaky.
Then this morning's little tech issues that you guys had, right?
Yeah.
And then I don't know, throw one more in there, and then like you're at your max. And what's going to happen to your body and your mentality at that point? You know, if you have to maintain those, and then yeah, we
So
have to.
that was my last year.
Yeah.
It's like I moved 4 times in 5 months. I was dealing with the physical issues. I was dealing with financial issues. I was dealing with family issues, and then people dying, and just it was a mess.
It's
That's when my nervous system started to get to that point where I was shaking every day, and I'd get sharp pains, like random sharp pains that sometimes I couldn't breathe, sometimes I couldn't move.
Mm-hmm.
And now my body just sometimes does it when I'm sore or tired.
Yeah.
Right. But like we can't take all of that.
No, not
resiliency is
long-term.
important.
It is. It is. And our mindset's important too. So with all those changes, are we taking what I call more of an SOS or a SOAR mindset? So SOS is your story of struggle. Like change is happening to me. Oh my gosh, I'm the victim in this. How can I possibly move forward? I'm mourning the way things used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Or that story of active resilience, that SOAR story, more rooted in optimism. So I don't love the change that's happening, but I accept that it happened, and I can see how I need to adapt to evolve through it, you know?
So you said the word SOAR story. Are you thinking metaphorically flying, or are you referring to the resume writing SOAR statements?
No, flying. It's literally, I love acronyms. So it's story of active resilience.
Oh, I like that one too.
Yeah.
The SOAR that I know, because I saw that you do leadership and training, so I figured you'd have some sort of resume training, because a lot of there too. Yeah. So then the SOAR statements for that, just to kind of, because it's fun, is situation, obstacle, action, and result.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about stories, we're identifying the situation and the obstacle, but really what our audience is looking for is that action and result.
I love that.
Right? And it's just, and what was yours?
Story of active resilience.
Active resilience. Now we talked about what resilience meant.
Absolutely.
So I did mention, because I saw it, your leadership and training concierge. So then if you have this conversation of resiliency and reconnecting with yourself and self-awareness and mindset, how much, okay, I also want to tie this into your joyful, compassionate, and attuned. No, sorry. Give me grace, caring, and open. So how does the caring, the openness, and the grace play a role in this idea of resiliency within leadership?
Oh, geez.
I know, big question.
Yeah. Well, my whole journey to leadership is kind of another journey in itself. You know, when in my earlier on career, I felt like I never really had a good leader mentor, and I was always kind of up against a wall and not felt like someone was really trying to develop and mentor me into who I knew I could be. And then I realized a lot of that was on myself. Like, you have to show up and have accountability for showing up in the workplace and in a certain way and being successful. So in my journey to the leadership and training concierge, you know, in my study around leadership, I wanted to become the leader that I wished I had had earlier on in my career and mentor other leaders to nurture and engage their employees. And so that's kind of what I aim to do with my leadership training and coaching. But I know that's not the answer to your question.
No, actually, it's really fun that you brought that up, because we were interviewing Raja earlier, who said that he chose one job over another because of the way that their leadership showed up, because of the way that they treated him like a human being. And there was caring and understanding there, versus your experience of the typical leader currently, hopefully not in the future, where they're not that way.
No. And I think we've seen a shift a lot in research as well, in that leaders who spend more time checking in with their employees as humans and leveraging their unique strengths on the jobs and motivating them in the way that is motivating to them, not just your blanket motivational statements to your entire team. Those are the ones that have lower turnover over time, and they have more engaged employees on their employee engagement surveys. And so we're seeing this shift People are people. AI is going to take over a lot of jobs in the future, but there's always going to be this human component
Always.
to jobs. And so the more that leaders can really tune into that human component and really reward and leverage their strengths and skills of the people that they have, and get to know them as people, I mean, that's going to be key. That transformational style of leadership is going to be what's going to bring us in the future. I truly believe that. Yeah.
Do you remember back in the day when we needed to fly or drive to meet people in person to have these conversations?
Yes. Yes. Before Zoom.
Before Zoom, before the internet?
Yeah.
Like, I understand that technology is a tool. And so there's been a lot of discussion about AI, and I just want to take a moment for this.
Yeah.
It can amplify what we're already doing. It's our job to be more human.
Yeah.
And so that's what we're doing here. We're using AI, we're using technology to do the things that we could do. Only now we're getting it done faster and easier and cheaper.
Absolutely.
To get the same thing done.
I wrote a little book about that.
Oh, sweet.
Nicely timed.
Yeah. I wasn't going to mention it, but since you, so just using AI tools ethically to build upon your ideas and enhance your current expertise. This one's specifically for like writing with AI, writing your nonfiction book. I help a lot of leaders and professionals lean into their expertise, write a short book about it, and use that to launch their career. They have all this expertise up here. I'm working with an HR leader who's going to write a series of HR books. I worked with a retired cop who's written 2 books already about his experience during his career. And it's really, you can use AI to help leverage and build upon those stories, but it's still you, it's still your voice. It's just a support mechanism. It's like your staff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think AI can be fabulous if you use it in the right way. I mean, the problem with any technology is when it gets misused, but that's always going to be an issue, right? But I'm old enough to remember when calculators first became a thing in schools, and everybody freaked out and said, no, you can't have calculators in schools. You have to do the math by, hand and memory and all that. I have this calculator, which means I transpose numbers. I have a problem with numbers. So to me, I need a calculator. It's like it's a lifesaver, and it can make a world of difference between success that involves numbers and not. And I think for so many people, they have a story or they have an expertise, but they might not be the best at sort of putting that together in written format. And AI can be fabulous for just bridging that gap.
Absolutely.
It's still you, but it bridges that gap. So I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's still you. Put in a couple ideas and say, I'd like you to help me create an outline for a short nonfiction book based off my expertise. Here's what my expertise is in. Come up with 5 or 6 chapter titles based off of this. And you can use that as a starting point for, oh yeah, I do have a story about that. I do have a story about that one. I remember when I did this, and it can just blossom from there. It's so cool.
Yeah. It's like, what are the typical questions people ask? What are the typical sticking points that people keep getting stuck in?
Yeah.
Like, those are the things that you want to speak to. And you can do customer feedback and compare that with what something like ChatGPT can give you.
Absolutely.
Now you have this lovely data set to ask yourself questions and just answer them.
Yeah.
Like you would in an interview.
It can interview
now
you.
Write it down.
Yes. Yeah.
So easy. I wanted to add to what you said, Michaela, where like I can do calculus, but don't ask me to remember multiplication tables.
Right. That was the bane of my existence. Just
I can do the difficult things. The easy things are hard.
I was giving my husband's telephone number to someone the other day, and I messed it up, and he's just kind of looking at me, and I'm like, okay, what did I say? And then I have to go back and do it again. It's just numbers don't stay where you put them for me, and patterns don't work, and sense of direction doesn't work, and it all ties in. But AI can. I have maps now that GPS. Woo. And there's AI to sort of answer some of those more sort of numbery questions, and help put that in an order that I don't have access to.
Yeah.
So just think of what AI can do for somebody with dyslexia.
Absolutely. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. I'm the same way with numbers. I used to know my multiplication because my parents drilled it into me, but then I forgot it. You tell me what 9 times 7 is, I have to really think about it.
70 take away 9 is 61.
Right.
Okay, I don't know. Yeah. And then even in my dreams, sometimes I'll dream about numbers, and like numbers and letters look like some other worldly characters in my dreams. I can never see them clearly. It's the oddest thing.
They're like hieroglyphs or runes.
Yes. Why is that?
You should just do Viking math then.
Well, that's why we have calculators.
Right.
Do it all.
That's right.
So Morgan, I want to just explore a little further just to see where you want to play with us. So you talked about AI, you talked about resiliency and leadership. I know that you're multi-passionate too. So is there something else that you think isn't related to AI and leadership and resilience that you're also trained in?
Oh gosh. Well, I mean, the leadership and training concierge is a little consultancy that I built out of necessity. I used to work with a consulting group, love the team that I worked with and still in connection with them. But I started this journey for my PhD in business management and leadership. And I realized I can't do all the things all the time. So I needed to take a step back. And so I quit that job. And now they bring me into special projects, and I'm very grateful for that. But then I realized, okay, I quit a job, but I still need to make the money. So where's the balance here? Because I'm over full at this point. And so I started kind of putting feelers out there for doing leadership consultancy jobs. And I'm an ICF certified coach. And so I got some coaching clients. I work with people on career transitions to help them with their resume and their LinkedIn profile. I've never failed an interview. So I give them, interview tips on what's worked for me over the years. And then soon figured out, okay, I have about 10, 15 active clients. I'm going to have to pay some taxes on this. So I need to figure out what I'm going to do. So I started a little LLC around leadership and training concierge with the thinking that, if I've done talent development for 20 plus years, I've led talent teams, I've built up talent departments within organizations from the ground up, I can do this stuff. So you tell me what type of leadership and talent development support you need as an organization or as an individual. And if I can't do it myself, I have a network of people I can refer to. So that's where the AI support came in, and why I do leadership training and team development, and I work with people on change and transition and resumes. So pretty much like everything I was doing within an organization, now I get to do all the fun stuff on my own, and I'm happy. I love wearing multiple hats because I get bored easy.
Aw. I ask because I have the conversation with my daughter all the time about what she wants to do. So she's going into grade 9, which means this is her last year where they mandate courses, and she has to start choosing things. But it's the same when we're adults too, of like, how do I want to show up in the next phase of my life, and in the next phase, where do I want to go? How do I bring in all of these multifacets and multi-passions that I have into something that makes sense for me? And really, that's what the Amplify Your Message event is about. It's not everybody does the same thing the same way. Yeah. We don't all have to do that thing in order to get success or money. It's how we've chosen to express that and build a collection around that. So I just wanted to take a moment to highlight that you have all these things, just like Michaela has all these things, and I have all these things.
Yeah.
But it makes us so good at our job, and it doesn't have to be a job title on a list.
Exactly. It's following your passion. I say it's like following that spark. Yes. And earlier on in my career, when I worked with organizations, it was all about that title and the compensation associated with that title, and how what's the status and influence of that title within the organization. And I had such a hard time with that, like mentally, because I'm like, how can you possibly boil everything that I can do down into one title? And I don't want to be that person.
Yeah.
I don't want to do a leadership and training concierge. Who am I? Where am I pointing here?
There you
That's
go.
just one. You know, I had this, I co-founded this nonprofit called Change Rhythm, which is what that QR code is for. It's a free ebook for our Change Rhythm book that's on Amazon. So instead of paying 15 or 12 bucks, you can get it for free. With a really good, sweet friend and colleague of mine. Yeah, get it now, right? To help people through change and transition, because, you know, my family and I lost a home in 2018 in the Camp Fire. Yes, that's it right there.
Just so people know what it looks like.
Yep.
Oh, I'm scrolling. There you go.
And you can just put in your name and email address. I don't spam people. You know, I'm not going to send you like all these messages multiple times a week or month. Like literally, you'll be lucky if you get one from me. I mean, come on. It's just, I just get the ebook. Because I wanted to help people through tough transition and change. I've been let go from a job I was at for 10 plus years. My family, like I mentioned, like lost a house in the in the 2018 Camp Fire in Northern California. And I wanted to help people through those big changes and help them realize that you can become resilient through this. There is still life for you after this big change. And here's how you can get started.
There's life after change.
There's life after change.
There's life after change.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you leave a piece in there somewhere about how to recognize if you're micromanaging for leaders? Because I think the bane of most people's existence that have a supervisor, manager, somebody in that capacity is when they micromanage you to within an inch of your life, and then you can't actually do your work.
Yeah.
You know, I had a job a few years back where the micromanaging was insane, and it was by somebody who didn't know what I was doing as well as I knew what I was doing. And it's just straight up, that's the way it was.
Absolutely.
You know, and so that is, I think there are people who maybe they're not cut out to be leaders at that point, or maybe they could be brilliant if they just dropped the need to be in control of everything and let people do their jobs. So do you include that in what you do? Because if you do, thank you.
I do, because I hate being micromanaged. And my tendency is to explain. And so I can come across as a micromanager if I overuse that strength. So we have to be aware of our strengths and the dark side of those strengths. Right. So we don't have that perception of ourselves. But yeah, so that's another book that some colleagues and I wrote, bestseller on Amazon. This is one of my top selling programs, the 5 Coaching Conversations. And in that, there is an assessment. I don't know if you can see it. Let me put it in front of my face. No, you won't be able to see it.
Back it up, but put it in front of you so you see a bit of your head and a bit of your chest.
Put it in front of me.
There you go.
It's really small, but there's a wheel here. Okay. And so the wheel is like the 5 coaching conversations. And so there's explain, explore, encourage, empower, and elevate. And we all have a tendency, a preference to have one of those more than the others, perhaps. And so explain is telling, pushing our ideas, our advice, our guidance on other people, whether they want it or not. And explore is that inquiry-based, pull type leadership, pull type coaching, like asking those good open-ended questions.
I think I'm more of that one.
Yeah, I would guess that. Yeah,
I think so.
Michaela, what do you think you are? Push or pull? Explain versus explore?
As a manager or as somebody?
Sure, as a manager.
I like to explain, but it's my process is so that you know the why of what you're doing, and then I can leave you with it, because you have, I think why is the most empowering thing you can learn.
Absolutely.
Because when you know why you're doing a thing, you can figure it out as you go along, how that needs to look. But I've also done a lot of work with people with autism, and what I've learned, if someone's working with autism and they're in the workplace, they're going to ask a lot of why, not because they're challenging or disputing or any of those things, but because in order to carry out the action, the autistic brain requires detail to flesh out what does that look like. And then they'll go and do the thing brilliantly. You don't need to micromanage, but why is going to be a big part for them. And I've kind of, because I've done a lot of work in that area, perhaps that's why. But I've figured out that, for my interactions, I really need you to know the why of something. And then I don't need to stick around. Like, it's okay. Now it's your ball, go play with it.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you have a style for that, but that's what I do.
It sounds like that's the empower conversation. So you're answering those questions for someone: the who, what, where, when, why, and how, and getting them to be engaged about, what is it that they're going to do next, and how does that connect to their existing skill set and successes and strengths, and having that conversation with them. So it's interesting, that was sparked from maybe around a 2-year study of leaders in different industries. We interviewed Bruce Bochy, one of the prior San Francisco Giants prior manager, Marshall Goldsmith, who's a well-known executive coach and author, and Gary Ridge, who was the CEO of WD-40, and a whole bunch of other leaders, just like you and I, across different industries at different levels, and said, what makes a good leader, and what types of conversations are you having with your people? And it came out to those 5 conversations they were having, and they knew where their preferences were, but they still knew how to stretch to have the other conversations when they needed. So their people didn't feel overly micromanaged or under micromanaged, which can be an issue too. Well, yeah.
Yeah, if you feel nobody's supporting you, that's one thing. But micromanaging, I think, has to be possibly the most stifling thing one person can do to another. And it's utterly crippling for someone who could be a really good fit for that job, but they can't breathe. You can't expand your lungs because there's this person micromanaging you. And I think that is a huge part of problems in many, many companies. Is there's a sort of micromanagement without that connection. The understanding isn't there. They don't know who the hell they're micromanaging. They're just micromanaging.
Yeah. And how exhausting that must be for the leader micromanaging too. Man, I've told this person 3 to 5 different times already this week. Why aren't they listening to me? Like, well, why don't you try a different approach?
Right.
Ask them a question.
Teachers would listen to that too. If your kid's not learning, maybe you need to try a different approach, right?
Yes. Yeah. There's been a lot of talk just, off the cuff around, you need to do 5 coaching conversations for parents, for teachers.
Yes.
You can use these.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Again, working with kids with autism, the number of times that I hear this kid needs to fit in order to be in the classroom. And my response is always, well, this is not a chameleon. It's not, this child's not wallpaper. They don't need to fit in. They need to belong. So why don't you change your classroom this way? Then all the kids benefit from this particular strategy, and this child doesn't have to stand out, but they can belong. And that is a very different perspective to the one that's prevalent now. So if you could just write that book, that would be awesome.
Okay. All right. I'm on it. And I can relate to that. I used to, for a very short stint before I did leadership and talent development, I worked for adults with autism as a behavior training specialist. It was the most challenging yet most rewarding job that I've had in my career. Very eye-opening. And I mean, probably only worked there for about a half a year. But just so interesting to work with that subset of the population that was, within, I think I was living in Orlando, Florida at the time. And yes, always answering the question why, always giving additional detail, and how I feel like my brain is kind of wired that way too. So I can understand.
It's not a bad way. I mean, if you think about it, if you want to know the why and the detail of a thing, doesn't that mean you're going to pay more attention? So I always think it's a positive sign that they're asking those questions. But I also see a lot of people that feel that that's challenging their authority, which is like, okay, we need to have a conversation about you getting over yourself. But it's, it's also, there's a breakdown of communication and connection there. That those two people cannot converse because the one is seeking to understand and the other one is seeking to dominate, and they go whoosh.
Yes.
It just doesn't work. And that's got to be a leadership thing right there. The leader needs to be able to recognize that all these different people have things they can contribute and be amazing with, but you also have to be able to bring that out and not squash. So yes, if you'd write that book for the micromanagers and for the teachers and for the parents, That's what
Yeah.
I'm a board certified behavior analyst. So when
Gotcha.
you're talking about the behavior training, it's like, yeah,
Love
yeah.
that.
I'm looking forward to that. Do let me know when you've got them written.
I'll add it to my growing stack of books. What do I have? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 books, and the 7th with the Blue Talks volume. What's the next one coming out? Volume 13. I'll be in
I'm
that
in
one
that
as
one
well.
with you.
All right.
Ooh.
Awesome.
So, quick short story just to kind of highlight that. Why are we doing things? There's this story of this mother who was cooking a chicken and she chopped off the legs of the chicken and put it in the pan. And her daughter's asking, "Why do you chop off the legs?" And the mother said, "I actually have no idea." Turns out, long story short, the grandmother used to chop off the legs so it fit in the pan.
I've heard that story for meatloaf, but yeah. Oh no,
Yeah, it's the same
brisket.
kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And that they lost the reason why over the years. It was just something you did.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then how many things are done that are just unnecessary and restrictive
Yeah.
based on not knowing why and not having the detail. And the
Yeah.
other thing with the autistic brain being given all the detail and the why is just hang on a minute, because chances are they're going to come up with something way better than you've been
Yes.
doing.
Yes.
So if you could just, give a little space there, you'll probably get some genius responses coming back, right?
Mhm.
Instead of squishing them.
Yep.
Morgan, we have a few minutes left. I want to make sure that we know how to connect with you as I get rid of this hair that's tickling my shoulder. There it is. So, social media, website, like, what is your favorite way to communicate?
I'm on LinkedIn. You can look me up, Morgan Massey. It might have in parentheses my last name, Hellspur, my previous last name, my maiden name. Also, I mean, just go to the QR code and the email, the web address over here, leadershipandtrainingconcierge.com, or get the free ebook for Change Rhythm and learn how to kind of navigate change in your own way. And, for anyone, because I mentioned I've written 6 books, I have a 7th one coming out. If anyone is interested in exploring turning your expertise into thought leadership pieces that you can use, maybe it's a book, maybe it's just getting published through a magazine or something like that. Let's talk about it, because that's one of my passions too, is helping professionals leverage their expertise so it can open doors that they never even knew were there for them to begin with. That's how I landed on this show with you, Laura. Just through authoring pieces and making those connections.
Aw, I love that. So,
Awesome.
Morgan, I also like to hold space at the end of an interview, just in case there's anything you need to specifically share with us. So, if there's something that you just need people to take away from this conversation today, what might that be?
I said I came in here with no real agenda in mind, but there's a motto that's close to my heart, and I think it kind of resonates with all this, So I would want people to kind of keep in mind, do what you love in service of those who love what you do.
Ooh, I like that.
That's why I'm here, and hopefully that's why you guys have me on. There's this mutual appreciation, and through that, we can help support each other beyond this event today.
I see. One of my favorite things to do is talk to complete strangers. So, like, these interviews, because when I talk to complete strangers, it just gives me a greater perspective of the world as well as myself.
Yeah.
I get to see different facets of who I am and build that self-awareness that I could never do on my own. And so it's like I can see myself more by seeing other people.
Absolutely.
In the Netherlands, they have a human library where people.
I heard.
And it's a fabulous concept. So, for example, you could go to the human library and sit next to a monk, a Buddhist monk, and talk to them. And then you could go next to a woman who's just celebrated her 100th birthday. And then you could go talk to somebody who's a street sweeper, and you literally go to that human library and talk to people who you've never met, and they're there to share their experience with you. And so people can volunteer to be in the human library, and other people can go and, instead of taking a book out, you have a conversation with someone. I would love to see that concept spread. I think that would be phenomenal. And I'd love it to cover all sorts of topics, because Like one of the things that we can't talk about anymore is politics, for example. But if
Mhm.
there's one thing we need to talk about, it's politics. Like, could we please have some explanations as to what's going on here, people?
Mhm.
I as somebody who is absolutely officially the fence and looking at both sides and saying, this is not cool, I would love to know why people think what they think and where they think it, and
Yes.
what is your life experience that got you to this point?
Yeah.
We need a human library. Can we make that happen?
I would love to
I'm-
make that happen.
I'm kind of working on that. So if you don't know, I am officially starting a podcast. But I didn't for so many years because I wanted to do so many different things with it. And I thought that I needed to have this consistent way or style or process or method or whatever for my podcast that I just didn't do it. Now I've decided I'm going to do all of the ones that I feel like doing because the concept is about courageously connecting. That's what I talk about. That's who I am. And so I can do these different styles of shows with that same intention. One of those segments is going to be me talking to complete strangers in a coffee shop, in a library, like wherever they are, and just set up a sign that says, "Do you have 5 minutes to chat on a podcast with me?"
Superb.
And
I like
then just seeing what they want to talk about. And if they don't have anything specific, I'll be like, okay, like here's a list of like 10 topics or questions. What kind of thing do you want to speak to? And then just seeing where it goes.
See where it
I think
goes.
that would be
Yeah.
so much fun. My podcast was Navigating Complicated Relationships, which, if you think about it, is a massive umbrella. And
Mhm.
so I did exactly what you're just saying, of going all over the place with it, depending on what's up this week, because all relationships are complicated if
Yeah.
if that's how it shows up for you. So whether it's a relationship with yourself or your kids or your co-workers or however it is, right? So I had broad range with that. And I think that's more authentic, particularly for people who have multiple aspects to how they show up, which is all of us.
Yeah.
You know, trying to narrow it down to one thing. I don't know. It's a bit like a snake that's outgrown its skin. You just can't stay there anymore, You
Mhm.
gotta go elsewhere.
It's like I didn't want them all to be interviews. I didn't want them all to be mini story sessions to showcase what I do and like all of that. I'm like, what if some of them were mini story sessions to showcase? What if some of them were interviews? What if some of them were panel discussions?
Yeah.
What if some of them were talking to strangers and some of them were like, let's do the work together
Mhm.
right now. Grab your pen and paper. We're going to have all the pauses and everything. And then maybe another one is like, let's do some dishes and talk some advice.
Yeah.
Like just all kinds of things.
This sounds
with
like
that
fun.
same thing. Yeah.
To see what shows up.
See what shows up.
See what shows up.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So Morgan, I'm going to involve you in this whole end of day piece. We are a few minutes over, but we started 15 minutes late. So I'm okay with staying a little bit. And I hope that our audience is as well, because it'll still be under 4.5 hours. So really what we do at the end of the day is we like to pinpoint any sort of patterns we've seen, any synchronicities that were fun, and anything that stood out to you. So was there anything that stood out to you today? Because I know that you listened behind the scenes for a little while.
And I still kind of go back to what the speaker just before us, and now I've blanked.
Alana?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Around our wounds lie close to our gifts and strengths, and how we need to recognize that we have those wounds, perhaps to access and leverage those strengths. And that's what's sitting with me right now. Yeah.
Michaela, what about you?
How important connection is,
Mhm.
and how we have way more in common than we might think we do superficially. I mean, synchronicities that have been running through this whole program of 4 hours 22 minutes plus, the synchronicities have been wild. And how often are we sitting in a coffee shop where there's a whole load of people that have those same things in common, but we feel more isolated than that, especially post COVID, right? That really did a number on people's sense of purpose, sense of self, and sense of connection. And so today it's been a lot about getting over your own imposed limitations into connection with others and growing through those connections. So my last bit on that is let's get a human library going.
Yes, even if it's an online human library.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it'd be fun to do it in person, but we could have a hybrid. Why not do both?
I have a program that's kind of like Zoom, but it's tables. So certain people can stay at the tables, or you can just mix and match, and you can literally click on whatever table you want and see who's at the table.
Ooh.
Yeah. So like, I think that would be a wonderful platform to host something like that.
What's that? What's that
It's
platform?
called Air Meet. It came out, of course, during COVID. But it was meant to represent an in-person conference feel, so that you have your tables, you have your exhibitors, you have, your signage and advertising and all of that, and literal like stage, backstage, main stage, tables, all of it. Yeah.
It's like browsing the library. Go and sit with your person. Have a chat. Yeah.
Exactly.
That'd be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see. Some of the patterns that I found today is we definitely talked about compassion a lot, especially when it comes to caring about other people and that whole idea of humanity. We are human beings that just want to be cared about and loved. But then also there was this big discussion about commitment and devotion, making those decisions for ourselves first, so that we can have the compassion and caring for other people, so that we can have that connection to do whatever it is that we want to do next.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? There was also rule breaking.
Yeah,
rule breaking. Yes,
rule breaking, and that's something that I'm very, I'm very fond of. Is when rules are stupid, they need to be broken. And there's a lot of stupid rules today.
I agree.
Perceptions, assumptions, things that we just think are so, and therefore we do it this way. Breaking up the status quo, that came up a fair bit today, and I am here for that.
Yes.
I think what I want to do tomorrow is I want to ask each person that I'm interviewing, what is something good a teacher has told you? Just to kind of reiterate that there are some amazing teachers out there that have no idea how much they have changed our lives, and just celebrate that.
But so many times we're wired for the negative. So
I know.
it's hard to remember. I mean, I did say in fairness that, they may have done 99% good things, and then the one thing that was absolutely heinous sticks in your mind. And that, I think so many of us have those stories. So, but be interesting to see if people do have good stories about teachers.
I have lots of good stories. One of my teachers, I wanted to connect with some of the people that have changed my life without knowing that they changed my life, literally by moments, like one single moment, or maybe like a core time together. And I went to go talk to one of my old teachers, and he had just passed away as I was looking for his contact information. It's like, I really wanted him to know that because of him being open and allowing me to question him in his own class is the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing today. Yeah. So I love those stories. So I want to end by saying thank you to all of my guests, my co-host, Michaela, and of course, everyone watching live and on the replay. This is a 5-day event. Plus, we have so many past shows and past people that you can go back and enjoy their laughs. We cried a little bit. Like, we go everywhere. We have some fun with it. Tomorrow, we are going to be coming back at 10 a.m. Eastern, hopefully, as long as tech issues are going well. So every day, Monday through Friday this week, 10 a.m. Eastern to 2:30 p.m. Eastern. So same bat channel, same bat time. Much love, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Laura.
It's been fun. Thank you so much.
So hold on. I'll see you behind the scenes. Bye, everyone.
Okay. Bye.
And the stream, we do a little dance.